what everyone thought was unthinkable.
It makes for a cool story. But you look too far back or you look too far forward, you miss what's right in front of you.
I think it's the right word. We just have it.
We put in the work. We're ready. We're ready to battle together.
It's time to rally together.
A clubhouse that cares for each other, cares for the city.
We firmly believe this was our turn. It was our year.
It's our turn.
Try and win the last game of the season.
This is going to be something special.
Go out there and play the tribe way.
You're going to go through a lot of good, bad, and in between. But if you keep fighting, you give yourself a chance.
It's tribe time now.
Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by KeyBank, the banking home of the Cleveland Indians. By Cleveland Clinic. Access the #1 care in Ohio anytime, anywhere. By Subway, the official training restaurant of the Cleveland Indians. By the University of Akron. Visit areyooutthere.com. Also brought to you by Discount Drug Mart, the official drugstore of the Cleveland Indians. And by the Nissan team, Bedford Nissan and Mentor Nissan.
About 10 minutes away from tonight's first pitch, Game 7, and the deciding game of the 2016 World Series, Indians and Cubs. Time now for the starting lineups, brought to you by Ford Transit, built for tough. First for the Cubs and manager Joe Madden, leading things off Dexter Fowler, the center fielder. Kyle Schwarber, the designated hitter, bats second. Chris Bryant at third base will bat third. Anthony Rizzo hits cleanup. He's the first baseman. Ben Zobrist in left field will hit fifth. Addison Russell, the shortstop, bats sixth. Wilson Contreras does the catching. He'll hit seventh. Jason Hayward in right field bats eighth. And hitting ninth, the second baseman, Javier Baez. On the mound tonight for Chicago, right-hander Kyle Hendricks. Now for the Tribe and manager Terry Francona, leading things off. Carlos Santana, the designated hitter. Jason Kipnis at second base, bats second. Francisco Lindor, the shortstop, will hit third, with Mike Napoli hitting cleanup. He'll play first base. Jose Ramirez, the third baseman, bats fifth. Lonnie Chisenhall in right field will hit sixth. Rajay Davis, the center fielder, bats seventh. Coco Crisp in left field will hit eighth. And Roberto Perez does the catching and bats ninth. On the mound tonight for the Tribe, it's right-hander Corey Kluber. Those are your starting lineups. They're presented by Ford Transit. Now stay tuned. When we return, Tom Hamilton has tonight's first pitch on the Cleveland Indians Radio Network.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union, open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
From Progressive Field in downtown Cleveland, Ohio, it is Game 7 of the 2016 World Series. The most magical words in sports. Game 7 World Series. Tonight, the Cleveland Indians and the Chicago Cubs will determine baseball's best for 2016. Hi again, everybody. Tom Hamilton, Jim Rosenhaus, Andre Knott, and of course Stephanie Hagel and Brian Motze as we greet you on what is right now a beautiful November evening off the shores of Lake Erie. Just beautifully pleasant temperatures, no breeze whatsoever. And yes, there is a chance of some rain later tonight, but the good Lord's a baseball fan. We'll be good to go. The Indians and the Cubs They have brought it to the very final 27 outs. Or, the way this thing's gone, could there be more? But the Indians had a 3-1 lead. And, of course, the Cubs have staved off elimination last night and Sunday night to force this Game 7 in what has been a World Series that has captivated the country. 325 down each line at Progressive Field, 370 to left center, 375 to right center, 400 to dead center. A 19-foot wall in left and left center, and then the 9-foot wall in right and in center field. The umpires, and again, in the World Series, you have 2 additional umpires. Sam Holbrook, talk about pressure. How about being the home plate umpire in Game 7 of a World Series? He'll be calling balls and strikes. Chris Guccione at first. The crew chief, John Hirschbeck, in his final game as a Major League umpire, one of the all-time greats, will be retiring after tonight. And what a career John Hirschbeck has had. Congratulations to John, Denise, and the girls on what will be an incredible night for them to remember. Marvin Hudson will be making the calls at third. Down the left field line, Tony Randazzo, and down the right field line, Joe West. Well, for the Indians, they take the field in their dark blue jerseys with the red and white trim and the white pants. The Cubs, same look they had last night. Their blue tops with the red and white trim and the gray pants. Corey Kluber, who seemingly has risen to every challenge in front of him all season long, is being asked to do it again, to win Game 7 and give the Indians their first World Series championship since 1948. The 30-year-old right-hander, 6'4", 215 pounds. Corey Kluber, 3 types of fastballs, 4-seamer, 2-seamer, cutter, that power curve, and the changeup. Corey Kluber has pitched in Games 1, 4, and 7. And Corey Kluber is trying to do something that hasn't been done since 1968. The last Major League pitcher to start and win 3 games in the World Series was the Tigers' Mickey Lolich, when in 1968 the Tigers beat the St. Louis Cardinals in 7 games. Corey Kluber, so far against the Cubs in his 2 starts, has given up just 1 run on 9 hits in 12 innings of work. He has struck out 15 and walked only 1 against the Cubs in Games 1 and 4. And now he will try to finish off the Cubs here tonight. Corey Kluber, a chance to win his 2nd Cy Young Award in the last 3 years. Same record he had 2 years ago when he won it, as Corey was 18-9 during the regular season with a 3.14 ERA. And he'll take the mound for the final game in 2016. Defensively tonight, Coco Crisp in left, Rajay Davis in center, Lonnie Chisenhall in right. Mike Napoli at first, Jason Kipnis at second, Francisco Lindor at short, Jose Ramirez at third, Roberto Perez doing the catching. Now the Cubs feel like, now that they have seen Corey Kluber a couple of times, they have a better feel. We shall see. Dexter Fowler will lead it off. Switch hitting center fielder, batting left-handed. And they're on their feet in downtown Cleveland on a beautiful baseball night. Fowler 1 for 6 against Corey Kluber with a double in the first 2 games the Cubs have faced Kluber. Corey Kluber works first base side of the rubber. The wind in tonight's first pitch, and a strike at the knees. And we're underway at the corner of Carnegie and Ontario. 69 degrees, our game time temperature. Fowler in this World Series batting $160 with a homer and an RBI. Switch hitting speedy center fielder, batting left-handed. Into the wind is Kluber, and the 0-1 pitch. And just a bit down and in. 1-1. If you missed Terry Francona and the pregame show, no question, critical for the Indians to keep the Cubs off the board in the early innings, try to gain some momentum. have the lead. Now the 1-1 pitch. A little bit high. Ball 2-1. Cubs, of course, took all the momentum last night with a 3-run first. Fowler digs in. Kluber's pitch. Swung on. Hit high in the air to deep center. Davis back. Track. Wall. Leaps. It's gone. And Dexter Fowler's hit a solo homer to center field to start tonight's ballgame. His second home run in this World Series. His third home run in this postseason. And exactly what the Indians did not want happen has happened in the first batter of the game. And now Kyle Schwarber, the left-handed hitting DH. He is 4 for 12 with 2 RBIs in this World Series. So the Cubs get a leadoff homer to dead center by Dexter Fowler to start the game. Kluber delivering. Kluber missing outside, a ball. Indians with the overshift. 3 to the right side of the infield. Outfield deep and around toward right. Now the wind. Now the pitch. Fouled back by Schwarber. And the count 1-1. Well, for Corey Kluber in this World Series, it's his first home run allowed. In fact, he's only given up 2 home runs this postseason. Kluber kicks, delivers. Schwarber takes a strike, 1-2. Now the Cubs have the early lead, but now it is critical for Corey Kluber to minimize the damage. Schwarber had 4 at-bats in the regular season before the collision and blew out the knee. An amazing comeback 6.5 months later. The pitch. Swung on, a bouncer, weakly hit by Kluber. Charged Lindor, grab, bare hand throw, not in time. A slow chopper that got by Kluber between the mound and the first base line. And the Indians in that overshift, Lindor, the shortstop, charging with a bare hand grab and throw. And for a guy with a reconstructed knee, Schwarber got down the line pretty well. And he definitely beat the throw. So the Cubs have had 2 base hits, 2 hitters into the game. And now Chris Bryant, who really has ignited the Cubs in their back-to-back wins with home runs at Wrigley Sunday night and last night in the first inning. Schwarber's at first. Nobody out. 1-0 Cubs in the first. Kluber sets, fires. A swing and a miss, strike 1. Chris Bryant had 1 hit in the World Series through the first 4 games. Then he got that home run in the elimination game Sunday night to keep the Cubs' hopes alive. And last night, he had a home run and 4 more hits total. 4 hits last night, 1 the night before. So 5 hits, 2 homers the last 2 games. Swings and misses, had a cutter away. 0-2 the count. And a lot of people will tell you that the Cubs offense is ignited by this guy. A lot of people feel he will be the National League's most valuable player. He batted .292 with 39 homers and 102 RBIs in his second year in the big leagues. Now the 0-2 pitch. And a little bit high with a fastball. Didn't miss by much. 1-2. Of course, Corey Kluber is pitching on 3 days rest. Again, he's done that now in his last 2 starts in the World Series. And he did it once in the American League Championship Series against Toronto, but had pitched well each time on 3 days rest. He delivers. Bryant takes down low. Nice pick by Perez. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The good news for the Indians is that Corey Kluber, pitch-wise, made 88 pitches in Game 1. He made 81 pitches in Game 4, both games that he won against the Cubs. And, of course, it's Game 7, so adrenaline takes over if there is fatigue. Now the 2-2 to Chris Bryant. And it's high, and it's a full count. Boy, this is quickly getting into a dangerous territory for the Indians because this Cubs offense is so explosive. And they are just trying to jump all over Corey Kluber here in inning number 1. Fowler led it off with a solo homer to center. Schwarber with the infield single. Now the payoff pitch to Bryant. The runner stays. Bryant sends a fly ball fairly deep right center. Lonnie Chisenhall, the right fielder, to the track to make the catch. My goodness, is the ball carrying tonight. That didn't even look like Bryant got anywhere near all of it, and it carried to the track in right center, where Lonnie Chisenhall, the Indians' right fielder, grabbed it for out number 1. So here is Anthony Rizzo, the left-handed hitting first baseman, who so far against Corey Kluber has gone 2 for 5 with an RBI in the first 2 games. Left-handed power hitter. The Indians will put 3 on the right side of the infield. The third baseman, Ramirez, midway between second and third. The outfield deep and a bit toward the right. 1 out, 1 on. Cubs lead 1-0 in the first. Kluber's ready on the pitch. And it's a little bit high, ball 1. Well, Corey Kluber had not given up a run here at Progressive Field this postseason. He had faced the Boston Red Sox, the Toronto Blue Jays, and the Chicago Cubs all here at home. Now the pitch. Rizzo sends a fly ball. Shallow center. Davis charging hard. Makes the running catch. And the Indian center fielder got a good break. And Rizzo's out number 2. And Corey Kluber, in those 3 home starts, Boston, Toronto, and the Cubs in Game 1, Corey Kluber was 3-0 with 19 scoreless innings here at home. Amazing. But Dexter Fowler took care of that with a leadoff home run. But now the batter is Ben Zobrist, who has had an incredible World Series, batting .391 with an RBI. Switch hitter batting left-handed. Schwarber still at first. Napoli plays in back of him. Schwarber takes off. Kluber throws, and it's a strike and an uncontested steal as Kluber just completely ignored Schwarber. Napoli was playing right in back of him. Schwarber broke for second, and Kluber, if he steps off, could have thrown him out. But he never realized that Schwarber took off, and Schwarber has his first steal of the year. Now the 0-1 to Zobrist, and it dips low, and the count 1-1. And we'll see if that's a big steal. We even saw last night the Cubs were reluctant to have Schwarber do anything more than go base to base on base hits when he was running the bases. But now he's at second. 2 down in the first. Cubs with a 1-0 lead, and arguably their toughest hitter at the plate, Ben Zobrist. Kluber's pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, shallow right. Lonnie Chisenhall makes the catch, and Corey Kluber gives up the leadoff home run, then an infield hit, and then in typical Corey Kluber fashion, doesn't lose composure and bears down and minimizes the damage. The Cubs have scored a run in the first. The Indians are coming to bat.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
America, it's time for some straight talk. There is no good way to fold a fitted sheet. Nobody really likes kale. And those wireless companies offering no contract plans? Surprise! To get a new phone could mean getting locked into a phone contract. With new Straight Talk Plus, well-qualified customers can get a Samsung Galaxy S7 for as low as $30.12 a month. Requires a 30-day unlimited service plan, still no contract, so you can cancel anytime with no penalties. Come on, it's time to realize the runaround. It's time to ask yourself, why haven't I switched? Straight Talk Wireless on America's largest, most dependable networks, only at Walmart.
Lease-to-own transaction for the Samsung Galaxy S7. Total cost is $722.88 with 24 30-day payments plus any taxes and fees except in North Carolina where final payment may be more. No ownership until all payments made. May be able to exercise early purchase option. Retail cost of the Galaxy S7 is $599, subject to change. Customers may end lease and return phone at any time. Wireless service subject to Straight Talk terms and conditions.
These are the engine threats that attack your engine every day. And this is Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline, leaving them behind with the best total engine protection you can get. Now, earn 10 cents per gallon after every 8-gallon fill-up of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus. Who doesn't like the sound of that? Sign up for free at fuelrewards.com/ESPN. Offer ends 1/1/17. Minimum 8-gallon purchase of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Fuel savings limited to 20 gallons. Additional terms and conditions apply. See fuelrewards.com/ESPN for details.
It's the bottom of inning number 1, and the Cubs have the early 1-0 lead, and the Indians get their second look at the soft-tossing right-hander, who is certainly a Cy Young candidate in the National League, Kyle Hendricks. 6'3", 190, 26 years of age. He doesn't throw anything above 88 to 89. Sinking fastball, cut fastball, curve, and he has two types of changeups, a circle change that has sinking action. Then he has another changeup that actually acts almost like a cutter, obviously with reduced velocity. He's a good one. He pitched very well against the Indians when he faced them at Wrigley Field, that Game 3 dandy between Tomlin and Hendricks, and it was a ball game that would see the Indians win it 1-0. Hendricks went 4 1/3 scoreless innings, allowed 6 hits, struck out 6, walked 2. Carlos Santana will lead it off, the DH, batting left-handed. The wind and the pitch, swung on a liner to right. Hayward makes the chest-high catch. So Santana scorches the first offering right at Hayward. That'll bring up the left-handed hitting Jason Kipnis, who had a big night last night, banging out 3 hits, including a home run. And he's had a terrific World Series, batting .308, couple of homers, 4 RBIs. Ben Zobrist in left, Dexter Fowler in center, Jason Hayward in right, Anthony Rizzo at first, Javi Baez at second, Addison Russell at short, Chris Bryant at third, and the catcher, Wilson Contreras. Hendricks the wind and the pitch. Kipnis takes a strike on the outer edge. The Indians' game plan against Hendricks is to try to take him up the middle and the other way. Now the wind and the pitch. A swing and a foul back, and it's quickly 0-2. Hendricks is a guy that works away a lot. He doesn't work in on the hitters a lot. Thus, the Indians are going to try to look middle away and try to hit him the other way. Down the line by Hendricks, and the pitch down low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hendricks led the National League in earned run average this year at .213. In fact, he led the major leagues in earned run average. The pitch, swing and a miss, changeup, and Hendricks strikes out Kipnis for out number 2, strikeout number 1. Kyle Hendricks became the first Chicago Cub to lead the major leagues in earned run average since 1938. He was 16-8 for the Cubs with an ERA of .213. Made 30 starts, 2 complete games. He averaged 8 strikeouts, 2 walks per 9 innings. 2 outs, nobody on. Frankie Lindor, switch hitter, batting left-handed. The pitch to him, and it's a first pitch fastball, strike one. Lindor was 2 for 2 against Hendricks last Friday night. The next offering, swung on, chopper headed to the second baseman, dropping to a knee. Baez falls down, throws, ball dropped at first by Rizzo, trying to pick it out of the dirt. Baez had his feet go out from under him, fell to a knee and was throwing off balance, and short hopped Rizzo, and Rizzo on the scoop had the ball come out of his glove, and that is going to be an error that is going to be charged on Javi Baez, who's one of the slickest fielders in the game and extremely good friends with Francisco Lindor. They're both out of Puerto Rico and both came to America when they were youngsters to play a better brand of baseball, and here they are at center stage. That'll bring up Mike Napoli. The Indians hoping that the big man can have a big night. The pitch, and it's in there, a called strike. Napoli hitting .211, no home runs and an RBI this World Series. And now the first base ump, Chris Guccione, calls time as Frankie Lindor's trying to clear out some of the loose dirt in the base path as he takes his lead. Napoli's had 1 home run this postseason, 3 RBIs. Outfield, fairly deep, straight up. 1-0 Cubs. 2 down in the first. The pitch. Swung on, broken bat bouncer to short. Russell to second. Inning over. Error. Does no damage. And Hendricks has to make 9 pitches to get out of the first. Cubs lead the Indians 1-0 after 1.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union. Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
Sometimes the best seats in the house are above it. In college football, that's the Goodyear blimp. And for more than 60 years, we've seen what it takes to be worthy. It takes toughness, dedication, and perseverance. Because seasons aren't measured by wins and losses, but by heart. Some call it hard work, determination, or grit. We call it blimp-worthy. Goodyear, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
1-0 Cubs lead this deciding Game 7 as we go to the second inning. Tonight's World Series game presented by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Corey Kluber on the hill for the Indians. He'll face Addison Russell, Wilson Contreras, and Jason Hayward, 6, 7, and 8. And one of the things Terry Francona talked about in his office before the game tonight is when you manage Game 7, how you do obviously manage differently. It's the last game of the year, so everybody is available. But he said you have to be careful, too, when you're thinking about making pitching changes. You don't make a change too quick. You don't get too antsy or too impatient, especially when it's a guy like Corey Kluber on the mound. But if the Indians have a big jam to get out of, no matter when it is in this game, the first guy you will see is Andrew Miller. Addison Russell, the number 6 hitter and shortstop, who had the monster game last night. Corey Kluber delivers. Russell fouling it off to the right. Strike one as he got in on his hands. Last night, Addison Russell tied a Major League record with 6 RBIs. He had the 2-run gift double and then that grand slam to center. Kluber, he kicks and delivers. Russell takes, it's upstairs, a ball and a strike. Corey Kluber has won 12 of his last 13 decisions here at Progressive Field, including postseason play. Now the 1-1. Up and in, ball 2, 2-1. And in those 14 starts in which he has gone 12-1, his earned run average 187. Off the charts. Now the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, lifted high in the air to shallow left. The shortstop Lindor in shallow left makes the catch. Just behind the skin portion of the infield. That is out number 1. Here's the catcher Wilson Contreras. Right-handed hitter who's 1 for 17 in this World Series. The reason Game 7 is being played here in Cleveland is in large part to the guy on the mound. Corey Kluber was the winning pitcher for the American League in the 4-2 win over the National League in the All-Star game in San Diego. Thus, home field advantage for the American League. Kluber the wind and the pitch. And he went curveball into beauty. Strike one called. Kluber kicks, fires. A swing and a high fly toward right, near the line, medium deep. Chisenhall, foul ground, has room to grab it. 2 down. Contreras fouls out. Now, one thing the Cubs are doing here in the early going, they're putting the ball in the air. This is certainly a night where the ball is going to carry. Dexter Fowler with a solo homer to center to start the game. No breeze. Right now it is a gorgeous 69 degrees. And the ball is carrying because this November 2nd feels like June 2nd. Here's the left-handed hitting right fielder, Jason Hayward. 2 down in the Cubs' second, 1-0 Chicago. Kluber kicks, fires. Hayward swings, breaks his bat, floats one into shallow center. The shortstop Lindor there to make the catch. And Corey Kluber has a 7-pitch second inning. We go to the bottom of the second with the Cubs on top of the Indians by a score of 1-0.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Live every postseason moment with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. It's the only place to get it all. Live radio feeds, video highlights, pitch tracking, StatCast, and much, much more. Download at Bat today.
Big swings come in small packages. The National MLB Junior Home Run Derby, where kids from across the country earn the chance to compete in the finals and be crowned champion at the 2017 All-Star Week in Miami. Find out more at jrhrd.com.
This is the sound of everyday engine threats like gunk, wear, and corrosion, unleashing their wrath on your engine. Now, this is the sound of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline, providing the best total engine protection you can get. Period. Think all premium fuels are the same? Think again. Choose Shell V-Power Nitro Plus today.
Hear that?
That's the sound of you creating your own destiny. While others are waiting in line for brunch, you're spending Saturday in the garage. Because you went to AdvancedAutoParts.com, ordered a platinum battery with a 3-year replacement warranty, and picked it up in-store just 30 minutes later. Now, installing a battery isn't an all-day job, but what the brunch crowd doesn't know won't hurt it. Advanced Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road. Visit AdvancedAutoParts.com to learn more.
It's a 1-0 game. Cubs lead the Indians, bottom of the second. Let's go down below. Here's Andre Knott. Andre?
Thank you, Hammy. You know, for Rajai Davis, who will bat third this inning, he turned 36 on the day that the team clinched versus Toronto in the ALCS. He says he will never take a moment like this for granted for everything he's been through. He says, I can't be nervous for Game 7. He goes, when you played the minor league stops I played in, he goes, this is heaven. He says he doesn't know how much longer his career will go. He wants to play until he's 40 years old. But he says, hey, there's no guarantee I'll be with the team next year, so I'm going to give everything I possibly have tonight to make the biggest difference possible.
And what a season he has had. Thank you, Andre. Jose Ramirez will lead it off. Rajai Davis will bat third this inning. Kyle Hendricks delivers. It's low a ball. Jose Ramirez, switch-hitting third baseman, batting left-handed. He was 2 for 2 against Hendricks on Friday night at Wrigley. 1-0 Cubs, bottom of the second. Hendricks pitch, and it's in there, a strike with a changeup. Ramirez batting .292 with a homer, 2 RBIs in this World Series. Hendricks kicks, fires, and missed outside with a curveball. 2-1. Hendricks, this postseason, in 4 starts, he's 1-1 with an ERA of 1.31. Now the 2-1. Inside, he missed that time. 3-1. So a good approach here for Jose Ramirez as the Indians try to get something going early. Trailing 1-0 here in the second. Kyle Hendricks pumps, fires, and it's a strike at the knees. Threw him a fastball, full count. Now the payoff. Swung on, lined up the middle. Off Hendricks, caroms to the shortstop. Barehand attempt not played well by Russell. Kicks off his hand into shallow left. And the Indians have a base hit to start the second. A bullet up the middle that ricocheted off Hendricks toward the shortstop. And Russell had to change direction, go back toward short after he was going up the middle, and then tried to make the barehand grab. Couldn't. And a base hit for Jose Ramirez. And the Indians have their first hit of the night. And the first Indian that we have seen with the approach they talked about, go up the middle or take Hendricks the other way instead of trying to pull him. You try to pull this guy, he gets you to ground into double plays and routine outs. Here's Lonnie Chisenhall, 1 for 14 in the series. The pitch. And he backdoored him and missed with a curve. Chisenhall was 0 for 2 Friday night against Hendricks. Indians looking for a spark. Mike Sarbaugh going through the signs, coaching at third. Indians Hall of Famer Sandy Alomar Jr. at first. Pretty good lead for Ramirez. The pitch swung on, foul down the left side. 1 ball, 1 strike on Chisenhall. He and Tyler Naquin had a tough night last night in the outfield, but as Tito said, hey, look, that game's over. You got to get rid of it in a hurry. It's a loss. You got a chance today to win it all. Forget about last night. Toss to first. Ramirez diving back. Cubs have the early 1-0 lead. Jose Ramirez at first. We're in the second inning. Nobody out. Chisenhall played almost straight up in the Cubs outfield. Another throw to first. Ramirez got picked off. Wow. Yeah, the Indians made way too many mistakes last night in every facet. And Jose Ramirez just got picked off after leading off this second inning with a base hit. And a huge pickoff for Kyle Hendricks. And it's out number one. And a 1-1 count on Chisenhall. Hendricks the wind and pitch. Chisenhall liner to left, base hit. So he goes the opposite way with a single. And now Rajai Davis. And that pickoff looks mighty big, doesn't it? Here's Rajai Davis. He's had a tough postseason. 3 for 29 in the postseason. But he's always been a streaky hitter. And he could easily bang out 3 hits tonight. He's in center field, right-hander against right-hander. Chisenhall, the runner at first, 1 out in the second. Cubs lead at 1-0. Hendricks comes set, hands belled high, the pitch. Swung on a roller, headed to third. Bryant to second. There's one. Baez relay. Got him. Double play. And once again, the Indians not taking Hendricks the other way. And that just plays into Kyle Hendricks' game. When you try to pull the ball and you roll over and get a lot of ground ball outs. So the Cubs keep the lead. 1-0. They're on top of the Indians as we go to the third.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with the Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Any Jane Doe can tell you that Geico could help you save. But since money talks, we just ask the savings instead.
Greetings and some salutations. I'm Jane's Money, and I never knew my self-worth until Jane switched her car insurance at Geico.com. Those 15 minutes built me up to real savings. Geico's been helping customers save money like me for over 75 years. So take that to the bank. And namaste.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
A can-do attitude can do a lot. And with an extra $20 in your pocket, it can do even more. Thanks to AutoZone Rewards, when you spend $20 5 times, you'll earn a $20 reward. It's the easiest way to get rewarded for tackling the jobs on your to-do list. So you can turn those brake jobs, oil jobs, and adding 500 watts of bass to your stereo system jobs into done jobs. Sign up today so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Tonight's game is brought to you by Pennzoil Synthetics. Taking synthetic motor oil performance to a whole new level. Make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics today. 2 innings in the books as it is the deciding Game 7 of the 2016 World Series. And the Cubs have the early 1-0 lead on Dexter Fowler's leadoff home run to center field. Here in the third inning, it'll be the number 9 hitter, Javier Baez, then back to the top of the order. Baez has had a tough World Series. He had an error in the first inning tonight, and offensively, he's batting just .160 without an RBI after a monstrous series against the Dodgers to win the pennant. Baez and pitcher John Lester were the co-most valuable players in the National League Championship Series. Each team with 2 hits, but the Cubs with a 1-0 lead. As we go to the third, Javier Baez hitting 9th, 0 for 4 against Corey Kluber in this World Series. Kluber works first base side of the rubber, kicks, fires. Baez fouling it back, strike 1. Corey Kluber is the first hurler to start on fewer than 3 days rest 3 times in the same postseason since John Smoltz and Tommy Glavine, both with Atlanta. Pitch up high, and you've got to go back to 1992. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, Corey Kluber has carried this Indians rotation with all of the injuries. The pitch swung on, blasted to left, but right at Crisp. He'll make the catch. 1 down. Nobody picked the Indians to even get out of the first round of the playoffs once they had the injuries to Carrasco and Salazar. The Indians would eliminate the Boston Red Sox in a sweep. Then they go to Toronto, and if they didn't have enough trouble playing the Blue Jays, the Trevor Bauer drone incident, literally, you've been down to Kluber, Tomlin, and partially Trevor Bauer. Top of the order, Dexter Fowler with a liner to right, but Chisenhall reaches up and snags it. Hard hit, but out number 2. Fowler had the home run to center to start this game. So what Corey Kluber has done this postseason has been monumental, and it takes you back to the days when pitchers were working all the time on 3 days rest, like the Bob Gibsons, like the Mickey Loliches. Here's Kyle Schwarber, had the infield single. 2 down, nobody on. Cubs 1, Indians nothing here in the third. Corey Kluber still does not have a ground ball out or a strikeout. All of the outs have been in the air. The wind and pitch, and it's a little bit high, ball 1. There have been 9 pitchers in the history of the World Series to win 3 starts in the same World Series. The pitch swung on a rocket into right field, base hit near the line. It goes to the wall. Schwarber with a turn. He's trying for 2. Chisenhall, good throw to second. Lindor with a tag. Schwarber out at second. So Schwarber, normally that's a double. A liner down the right field line that got to the wall, but Schwarber obviously is running on a reconstructed knee, and a little surprising to see him take that chance. And the throw was in front of the bag at second, and a beauty of a throw by Lonnie Chisenhall. A one-hopper that Lindor dug out and tagged out Schwarber well in front of the bag at second. So the base hit does no damage. And it's the middle of the third. Cubs lead the Indians 1-0.
Financial wellness is a skill, like playing the trombone. The more you do it, the better you get. KeyBank helps you hone your financial skills, giving you a complete view of your money and life with a way to track your financial wellness. Your score lets you know where you are and where you're headed. Wellness. Look at you go, all the way to thriving. Know your financial wellness score. KeyBank. Use the red key. Member FDIC, an official banking home of the Cleveland Indians.
If your favorite part of fajitas is the tender USDA choice Angus steak or slow-cooked chicken, then Arby's new fajita flatbreads are for you. If your favorite part is the charred fire-roasted peppers, then Arby's new fajita flatbreads are for you too. But if your favorite part is the sizzling hot skillet, sorry, it's too hot. Remember the coffee lady? Arby's new steak or chicken fajita flatbreads. Arby's, we have the meat.
At participating Arby's for a limited time.
Today, you have more ways to access the #1 care in Ohio than ever before. Click in to Cleveland Clinic for an Express Care online visit, any hour, day or night. Walk in to our Express Care clinics or our 24/7 emergency departments. Or call in today for an appointment today. Cleveland Clinic is here for you, anytime, anywhere. Find your way to the best care at clevelandclinic.org/access. Cleveland Clinic is a proud partner of the Cleveland Indians.
Going to the pharmacy. Going to the pharmacy. Going to the pharmacy again.
Hi, I'm Wilma Smith. You don't have to waste time or gas with multiple trips to the pharmacy thanks to Discount Drug Mart's Sync Your Meds program. The pharmacists at Drug Mart will work with you and your doctor to ensure all your prescriptions will be in stock and ready on the same day each and every month. Tom and I love Discount Drug Mart's Sync Your Meds program. You will too. Discount Drug Mart saves you the runaround.
It's a 1-0 ball game. Cubs with the lead on the Indians, bottom of the third. Kyle Hendricks has retired the Indians on 19 pitches in the first 2 innings. He's working on his normal 4 days rest. It'll be the number 8 hitter, Coco Crisp, then Roberto Perez, and then back to the top of the order in Carlos Santana. The Indians have had 3 base runners, 2 hits, and another reaching on an error. But 1-0 Cubs. Crisp batting left-handed. Hendricks' pitch is a fastball strike. Coco Crisp, 2 for 8. He got that pinch hit RBI single to win the game on Friday night in Wrigley, that 1-0 thriller. Now the 0-1. Down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Hendricks now 17 consecutive scoreless innings this postseason. The wind and 1-1. Swung on line to left field. Base hit down the line. It's going to kick off the side wall to Zobrist. He'll throw to second. Crisp, head first slide. It's a double. Throw gets by everyone, but backed up at first by Rizzo. And there's the approach the Indians talked about, and Coco Crisp executed it perfectly. Slicing a double down the left field line the opposite way. And the Indians have their 3rd hit. The tying run at second base, and nobody out. And Roberto Perez, the Indians catcher, just had a significant meeting with third base coach Mike Sarbaugh midway between third and home plate. Anthony Rizzo, who plays more shallow than any first baseman in baseball on bunt situations, right now is in on the grass, maybe 70 feet from home plate. Bryant cut of the grass at third. Perez, pretty good sack bunter this season. The pitch, he squares, and it's outside a ball. Rizzo came charging and cut between the mound and home plate from first in case there was a bunt. He might try to grab it, and because he's left-handed, not have to turn but throw right to the third baseman to try to get the lead runner. And again, a meeting midway between third and home with Coach Mike Sarbaugh and Roberto Perez. Boy, if you really felt confident, the way Rizzo charges, he'd try to bunt one over his head. You'd have a base hit, but you better get it over his head. Crisp with the lead at second. Rizzo now is even closer to home. The pitch, he squares. He bunts third base line and a beauty. Rizzo up with it. Turns. Throw to first. Second baseman Baez kicks the bag. But a great bunt. And Rizzo, the first baseman, had to come to the third base foul line to get that bunt, spin around, and make a long throw back to first. And Crisp is at third on a perfectly executed 3-4 sacrifice bunt. Here's Carlos Santana, and the Cubs are bringing the infield in the 3rd inning of a 1-0 ball game. And they've got 3 infielders in between first and second. Bryant, a normal third base position, and in. Santana batting left-handed, the pitch to him. Way outside, throw to third, and Crisp back standing. Contreras loves to show off that rocket arm. He's not afraid to throw anywhere at any time. Crisp takes his lead at third. The set in the pitch. Swung on, line to right, base hit. We've got a tie game. Carlos Santana with a rocket to right. Crisp will score from third, and the Indians and Cubs are tied at 1 in Game 7. Now Santana has hit 2 ropes, a line out to right, and now the RBI single to right. That's Carlos Santana's first RBI this postseason that did not come on a home run. He has 3 solo homers, now that RBI single. His second World Series RBI. Here's Jason Kipnis. He takes a backdoor curve outside, ball 1. Game tied at 1. Tribe batting in the third. A runner at first, 1 out. Kyle Hendricks has given up his first run after 17 straight scoreless frames. The pitch swung on, foul back, and Kipnis would like that pitch back. 1 ball, 1 strike. Coco Crisp sliced that double down the left field line to start the inning. Perez with the perfect sac bunt to move him up to third. And then Santana with a rocket single to right to tie the game. 1 out, 1 on. The pitch before it's made, throw to first. Santana back with a dive. Kipnis hitting .308 this World Series. Couple of homers, 4 RBIs. Homered last night, homered at Wrigley. Now the pitch. And it's down low. He didn't chase. 2 balls and a strike. And now the Indians fans getting into it. Outfield for Kipnis, almost straight up, medium deep. The pitch. Swing and a foul back in it. He have another good cut. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, 1 on. Game tied at 1. Inning number 3 in the Cubs bullpen about to get busy. Hendricks from the set. Here it comes. Swung on a high chopper to short. Russell charges, goes to second 1. Baez dropped it on the transfer, and the Indians are going to say he tried to catch that barehanded and never caught it. There was no transfer. Tito says, hey, hold on here, guys. Baez never caught that throw cleanly from Russell, the shortstop. As he tried to make the barehand catch, he never caught that ball. This call will get overturned. No question about it. Baez, in his haste to turn 2, never cleanly caught the throw from the shortstop with his bare hand. And there is no question this call gets overturned. Indians are going to have runners at first and second with 1 out, and Baez is going to get charged with the error. This shouldn't take any time whatsoever for this call to get overturned. Baez, if he just catches the ball with his glove, it's an easy out. But he tried to make the spectacular barehand catch and throw for a inning-ending double play. And the Cubs aren't going to get any outs out of this. There is no way that this call cannot be overturned. None whatsoever. This isn't even debatable, and I have no idea why this is taking this long to even decide. The headsets are coming off. And here's the call. Safe at second. Baez will get charged with the error. Kipnis on with a fielder's choice. Santana safe at second on Baez, second error in the game. And that time Baez simply got too flashy. Now can the Indians capitalize? Santana is the runner at second. Kipnis the runner at first. One out in the third. Game tied at 1. Frankie Lindor reached on the throwing error by his buddy Baez in the first. He'll bat left-handed. The set, the pitch. Up high, a fastball missing, ball 1. Left-hander Mike Montgomery heating up in the Cubs bullpen. Indians have tied it. They've got a chance now to erupt. The set, the pitch. Curveball dips low and a patient approach by Frankie Lindor. 2 balls, no strikes. Can you imagine, Rosie, if we didn't have the ability for plays to be reviewed as pitching coach Chris Bosio goes to the mound? And listen to this place. I mean, that was such a blatant non-catch.
Well, clearly replay has changed the game. And when you look at this game, Sandy Alomar told us on the warm-up show, the big test in Game 7, if you fall behind, how do you handle it? That's the big key. Don't get tight. It's a long game. If you fall behind early, just relax. You have time to get back in. And the Indians have weathered the early storm here and now trying to do some real damage.
So Santana at second, Kipnis at first. The Indians tying it in the third on the Coco Crisp double and the Carlos Santana RBI single. Now the Baez error has given the Indians an open door. Can they knock it down? The 2-0 pitch to Lindor. And it's low, ball 3. Indians hitters have the green light. Outfield for Lindor. Straight up in left and right. Fowler almost straight away in center. They're medium deep. Now the 3-0 pitch. Swung on, fouled upstairs. 3 balls and a strike. And this is now where Lindor needs to get back into that approach. Don't get greedy. This is how Hendricks gets inning-ending double play ground balls. Take what he gives you. Take him the other way. That's how the Indians have tied this game. Now the 3-1. Swung on, hit in the air to left. Zobrist toward the line and makes the catch. So Lindor did go back to that approach, put a good swing on it, but Zobrist going toward the line makes the grab for out number 2. And how many times this season has number 26 stepped to the plate, especially in this ballpark, and delivered one of those moments to remember? Mike Napoli will bat with 2 outs. 2 on. Indians Cubs tied at 1 here in the third. Napoli 0 for 1 tonight. 1 RBI in this World Series. 3 in this postseason. But every time he walks to the plate, he's in scoring position. The pitch. And he took it in there, called strike, a sinking fastball. Napoli's been on this stage before, winning it with Boston, losing it with Texas, now with the Indians. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled off his foot. He got jammed. And quickly 2 strikes on Napoli, who's hobbling a little bit, walking around the home plate area. So far, the Indians have not made the Cubs pay for the Javier Baez 2 errors in the first 3 innings. Napoli trying to change that. The 0-2 pitch. Down and away. Did not chase the curveball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Santana at second. Kipnis at first. 2 down in a 1-1 game in the third. Hendricks is ready. Here it comes. A swing and a shot to third. Grabbed by Bryant as he went to the ground in a crouch. A bullet that looked like it had a shot to get down the left field line. And Hendricks has saved Baez again. But the Indians have come back to tie this game. Cubs, Indians, 1-1. We go to the fourth.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
When you drive your vehicle for the first time, you want to make sure it stays as good as new for as long as possible. That's why you should make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics with Pure Plus technology, a modern motor oil made from natural gas and designed to protect your engine against wear. Make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics today and let the performance speak for itself. Save $2 per quart on any qualifying Pennzoil purchase. See Pennzoil.com/rebate for more information.
Well, we played 3 innings, and we're tied at 1. In a series that's tied at 3 games apiece, the 7th and decisive game of the 2016 World Series moves on into the 4th inning as Corey Kluber will go back to work. Jim Rosenhaus along with Tom Hamilton on a great night for baseball for now. We hear there are some showers in the neighborhood later, so we'll hope it's much later as these two teams are playing in really nice conditions right now, especially considering it's November 2nd, and here it was 69 degrees at game time. Kluber facing Chris Bryant to lead things off. Tough part of that Cubs lineup right here. Bryant, Rizzo, and Zobrist, 3, 4, and 5. The challenge now for the Tribe right-hander. Kluber's into the windup, and here comes his pitch to Bryant. Fastball, low and in. Did he check it? Yes, he did, and it's 1-0 on Bryant, who flied to right his first time up, fairly deep, driving Lonnie Chisenhall close to the warning track. Now Kluber looks into the wind. Here comes his 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball on the outside corner for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. Dexter Fowler opened the game with a home run. Indians battled back, picked up a run in the bottom half of the 3rd inning on the RBI single by Carlos Santana, and that's where we stand. Here's the 1-1. Fastball low and in, and the count now 2-1. One run on 3 hits for the Cubs, a run on 4 hits for the Tribe. Now the 2-1 to Bryant. He swings and drives it foul down the right field line, bending out of play, and that'll square the count at 2-2 on Chris Bryant. What a regular season MVP candidate, certainly in the National League, with 39 home runs and 102 driven in for Chris Bryant. Right-handed hitter out of the University of San Diego. Now here's Kluber's 2-2 delivery. Swung on, popped up foul again. First base side out of play. And the count holds at 2-2. Kluber very economical through the first 3 innings. Only 32 pitches. And that's something to keep an eye on. as he is working for the third time in this World Series, and of course this being Game 7. Andrew Miller, Brian Shaw, Cody Allen at the ready. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Just a bit outside. Well, for both sides through the first 3 innings, Sam Holbrook, the home plate umpire, has not really been a pitcher's umpire. He has not been giving the corners or the higher strike. Now it's 3-2 on Bryant. Kluber right back, and it's swung on and fouled off at home plate. And we'll do it again on a full count to Bryant. 6'5", about 220. Tremendous power. 54 career home runs in college, and the Cubs made him the second overall pick in 2013, and it didn't take him long to make an impact at the major league level. Last year's National League Rookie of the Year, and he's followed it up with a great season this year. Here's Kluber's 3-2. Swung on, ground ball in the hole on the left side and on through into left field. The shift was on. Kipnis, the second baseman, was on the shortstop side of the bag, but that still found the hole between Kipnis and Lindor, and it's a leadoff single for Bryant. So Kluber will have to go back to working from the stretch. Now facing Anthony Rizzo, who flied to center his first time up. Rizzo also could be an MVP candidate in the National League with the season he had. 32 home runs and 109 driven in. And he has picked things up here postseason after a slow start. Coming on now in the World Series after 3 hits last night. Leadoff base runner for the Cubs. Kluber trying to work through it. Here's his pitch. Swung on and fouled off at home plate. Good off-speed pitch from Kluber that time. Tied up Rizzo inside. And it's 0-1. And Corey Kluber working for a third time now in the World Series. Game 1, Game 4, and now Game 7. And he was saying after Game 1, why wouldn't you? This is the World Series. You'd love to pitch as much as you can. So this was before it was announced that he would be pitching in Game 4 and potentially Game 7. But at that time, he was thinking about it and saying he'd love to do it. It's the World Series. Here's the 0-1. Swung on, yanked, foul, just past the first base bag. And it's 0-2 on Anthony Rizzo. Kluber, a high strikeout pitcher, does not have a strikeout at this point. And in fact, still no ground ball outs for Corey Kluber, but he's getting it done, allowing just the 1 run into the 4th inning. Kluber finishing the year 5th in the American League with 227 strikeouts regular season. And he's been at it again here in the postseason. Now time is called. Outfield plays Rizzo just slightly to pull. They have the big shift on the infield with 3 on that right side. And Ramirez way, way off the line, the lone infielder on that left side. Now the set and the throw to first. Diving back in safely is Bryant. We're tied at 1 in the top half of the 4th inning. Cubs took the early lead. Tribe tied it in the 3rd. 0-2 the count on Rizzo. Kluber's ready. Here's his pitch. Inside, and it hit him. No, he tried to come inside on Rizzo, and he hit him. Looked like on that front shoulder or bicep, somewhere in there. But that's a hit batsman on an 0-2 pitch, and you know Kluber did not want to do that. And now it's 1st and 2nd, nobody out for the Cubs. Up steps Ben Zobrist. He's had a fine World Series. 2 more hits last night. Was hitting .391 in the series coming in, and he flied to right his first time up. Switch hitter left side. Tremendous postseason experience for Ben Zobrist. Been down this road a few times. Kluber at the ready. Checks the runners. Here's his pitch. Swung on, ground ball. First base. Napoli's up with it. Throws to second, and it is just in time for the force as Lindor somehow got his foot back on the bag after a high throw by Napoli. Looked like it pulled him off the bag, and he was able to get that foot back down on it and at least force Rizzo. Advancing to third on the play is Bryant, and Zobrist is aboard at first on a fielder's choice on a play that could have been disastrous for the Indians. Both teams at times tonight have been a little shaky defensively. That's the first instance there for the Indians. Not as crisp as their managers would like to see them quite yet. And on the Cubs side, there have already been 2 errors committed by the second baseman, Javier Baez. Mickey Callaway's on his way to the mound. The Indians pitching coach to have a chat with Kluber and the rest of the infield. Addison Russell will be the batter with 1 away and runners on the corners. Tonight's game brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Best phones, best networks, half the cost. Straight Talk Wireless, nationwide coverage on America's largest and most dependable networks. Well, here's Russell, who had the huge game last night with the 6 RBIs, the grand slam. That really opened things up and made it a 7-0 ball game in the 3rd inning. Second youngest player in World Series history to hit a grand slam. Mickey Mantle, the youngest, when he hit one in 1953, that World Series against Brooklyn. He was 2 weeks shy of his 22nd birthday then. Now Addison Russell at the age of 22 stepping in. Infield at double play depth for the Tribe. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and popped up. Shallow left center. Charging in is Davis and Crisp. Davis makes the catch. Tagging, heading for home is Bryant. The throw's a beauty, and he's saved. The front foot appeared to get in before the tag by Perez, as the throw was a little bit high and Perez had to leap up to haul it in, and it looked like Bryant may have gotten that front foot in there. We shall see if the Indians want to go replay on this, but first look, it looks like that front foot got in there for Bryant before the tag by Perez. And again, he had to leap, but actually got down fairly quickly. And Bryant slid right between his legs with the go-ahead run. No call for a replay by the Indians. It's now 2-1 Chicago. Sac fly for Addison Russell to shallow left center. Stronger throwing arm is Rajai Davis, and he charged in and took control, and he threw a strike, just not quite in time. Now Wilson Contreras steps in. Ben Zobrist moved up to second on the play, so he's in scoring position as Kluber tries to wiggle out of this with no further damage. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. What a stop by Perez. That ball in the left side batter's box, and Perez got out there and caught it clean. Now Addison Russell, 6 runs driven in last night, drives in another here tonight. He now has 9 in the World Series. Now Contreras, who's 1 for 18 in the series. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, fouled back into the net. Outfield on Contreras pretty much straight away. Infield back. Two to one, Chicago in front. Second time they've led here in this decisive Game 7. Kluber from the stretch. Here comes his pitch. Breaking ball, low and outside, and Contreras able to lay off that time. Something he's had trouble doing throughout the World Series. Young catcher who made his major league debut in June of this year. Contreras, just 24 years of age. And now here he is catching the critical games in the World Series. Games 6 and 7 on the road. Now the 2-1. Swing and a miss. Good breaking pitch from Kluber. 2-2 the count. There were some who thought that maybe David Ross, the veteran, wily veteran who always catches John Lester, might catch others in these last 2 games for the Cubs. But no, Joe Madden staying with the kid. A lot of potential there. Rocket arm. Power bat. 2-2 the count. The pitch to him. Swung on, and there's a high fly ball. Right center field. This is hit well. Davis back, and he'll have to play it off the fence. 1 run is in. That's Zobrist. Into second with an RBI double is Contreras. And the Cubs now lead it 3-1. Contreras with 2 hits in the World Series. They've both been doubles, and this one brings in a run. And Chicago is now up 3-1. Davis tried to get a beat on that ball. A little late getting started, and that ball hit the base of the wall just as he was getting there. Couldn't get out there and make a play on it. It was a curveball from Kluber. And Contreras stayed on. It hung up a little bit, did not drift off the plate outside. Now Jason Hayward, the pitch to him. And it's outside for ball 1. Well, Andrew Miller has started to throw for the Indians in their bullpen. We're in the 4th. And Terry Francona trying to guard against this one, getting further away from the Indians. Already a 2-run deficit. Now the 1-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike. Counts 1-1 on Hayward, who popped to short his first time up. Hayward took the collar last night. And Kluber steps off. Wants a new set of signs from Roberto Perez. This is where Kluber trying to dig deep, limit damage. A rarity in the postseason for the Indians. The opposition putting up more than 1 run in an inning. And it's happened 4 times now in these last 2 games. Now the 1-1. Upstairs and just inside for ball 2. Yeah, you get the feeling even if Kluber can work out of it here in the 4th, that might be it for him. We'll see. But usually when Andrew Miller gets up, they try and get him in shortly after. Here's the 2-1. That's upstairs, and the count's now 3-1 on Jason Hayward. Another base runner in scoring position. That's Contreras after the RBI double. Right, his Cubs' explosive lineup, more than 800 runs this season. And we've seen it the last 2 nights. Here's the 3-1. Swung on, laced foul off to the first base side. Into the club seats. So it's 3-2 on Jason Hayward. Veteran outfielder made a fine defensive play late in last night's game when the Indians were trying to mount some semblance of a comeback. Payoff pitch coming. Long look in here by Kluber, and now he steps off again. Now he's back on the rubber. Sets at the belt. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on, popped up. This one on the infield, right between the mound and second base, nearer to the second base bag. Lindor puts it away for the out. And the side is retired, but the Cubs put up 2 runs. And as we head to the bottom half of the 4th inning at Chicago 3, the Indians 1.
Progressive brings you Flowetry with Flow. The better you drive, the more you save. Bears and bats, they live in a cave, but that's irrelevant here. So back to the subject we steer. Snapshot saves you money when you drive safe. I wear corduroy pants. I don't mind that they chafe.
The better you drive, the more you can save. With Snapshot from Progressive. Visit Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in all states or from all agents.
Hear that? That's the sound of you creating your own destiny. While others are waiting in line for brunch, you're spending Saturday in the garage. Because you went to AdvanceAutoParts.com, ordered a platinum battery with a 3-year replacement warranty, and picked it up in-store just 30 minutes later. Now, installing a battery isn't an all-day job, but what the brunch crowd doesn't know won't hurt it. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road. Visit AdvanceAutoParts.com to learn more.
America, it's time for some straight talk. There is no good way to fold a fitted sheet. Nobody really likes kale. And those wireless companies offering no contract plans? Surprise! To get a new phone could mean getting locked into a phone contract. With new Straight Talk Plus, well-qualified customers can get a Samsung Galaxy S7 for as low as $30.12 a month. Requires a 30-day unlimited service plan, still no contract, so you can cancel anytime with no penalties. Come on, it's time to realize the runaround. It's time to ask yourself, why haven't I switched? Straight Talk Wireless on America's largest, most dependable networks, only at Walmart.
Lease-to-own transaction for the Samsung Galaxy S7. Total cost is $722.88 with 24 30-day payments plus any taxes and fees except in North Carolina where final payment may be more. No ownership until all payments made. May be able to exercise early purchase option. Retail cost of the Galaxy S7 is $599, subject to change. Customers may end lease and return phone at any time. Wireless service subject to Straight Talk terms and conditions.
Indians now trailing by a score of 3-1 as we head to the bottom half of the fourth inning here at Progressive Field in the decisive Game 7 of this 2016 World Series. Kyle Hendricks allowed a run last inning, and Joe Madden not taking any chances whatsoever. He has in the bullpen Mike Montgomery, who we've seen in several games in this series with good success, and John Lester. And there was a lot of talk that it was almost academic that Lester would get into this game at some point. And he is loosening already, the fine starting pitcher for the Cubs. So a couple of lefties heating it up in the Chicago pen. Jose Ramirez will lead things off for the Tribe. An infield single, his first time up. As the Indians try and maintain that good approach now against Hendricks, trying to keep it up the middle and to the opposite field. Here's the pitch from Hendricks, and it's down low for ball one. Well, you have to be so patient with Hendricks and not get greedy. And sometimes that's harder to do when you're trailing. Trying to make up for the ground that was lost. Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Big looping breaking pitch that time to Ramirez. So the count's 1-1. On the Indians' third baseman, hitting .292 in the series coming in. Hendricks, a slender right-hander, listed at 6'3", under 200 pounds, right around 190. And here comes his 1-1. Swing and a miss. There's that good changeup. Boy, just so tantalizing coming in there, and Ramirez couldn't hold back. He swung and missed, and it's now 1-2. Lonnie Chisenhall to follow, and then Rajai Davis in the home half of the fourth inning. Here comes the 1-2. Swung on, a slow roller hit to the first baseman, Rizzo. Flips to the bag. Hendricks is there ahead of Ramirez, and there's one away here in the fourth. Indians baseball in the World Series is presented by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Here's Lonnie Chisenhall, singled his first time up. Chisenhall missed Sunday's game, had some sort of intestinal discomfort, a flu bug, apparently 24 hours of struggles for him, so could have pinch hit and then got back in the lineup last night. Here's the pitch from Hendricks. Off speed, drops in there for strike one. Well, he's pitched ahead for the most part. Has a good breaking stuff going, a good changeup. Fastball right around 89 to 90 at the top end. Here's his 0-1. And there's a strike on the inside corner at 88 with the fastball, but a great location. Similar to what we see when Josh Tomlin pitches for the Indians, and he's going well. He'll spot that fastball in great spots and then work the curveball in there in the cutter. Here's the 0-2. Swung on, popped up, shallow left. Coming on, the left fielder Zobrist, and he makes the catch. A lazy fly ball out, and it's 2 up, 2 down with Rajai Davis heading to the plate. Davis, the American League stolen base champ this year with 43 stolen bases. How about that in his age 35 season? And since the calendar has turned for him, but finally leads the American League in steals, and he's had some really good years stolen base-wise in the 40s and 50s as well, but this year 43 was enough for his first stolen base crown. Grounded into a double play his first time up. Hendricks into the line. Here's his pitch. And it's on the inside corner, strike one. So Davis now looking at an 0-1 delivery from Hendricks, who's trying to settle in, give his team a solid fourth inning. The 0-1, swung on, ripped to third, foul. Past a diving Chris Bryant, but also foul past the third base bag. So it's 0-2 on Rajai Davis. And that's tricky to do. Bryant is playing close to the line there at third. So to try and get it in fair territory past him would be a major challenge. So it's 0-2 on Davis. Cubs 3, Tribe 1. Bottom half of the fourth inning. Chicago just took the lead in the top half of this inning. A sac fly by Addison Russell and an RBI double by Wilson Contreras. Now the 0-2 pitch. Swung on. There's a line drive to right, but right there is Hayward. He makes the catch, and the Indians go in order in the fourth. So we played for at Progressive Field. The score, the Cubs 3, the Tribe 1.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we offer a full range of credit cards that reward you for spending smartly, like our Cash Rewards card, which gives you 1.5% cash back on qualifying purchases, our Flagship Rewards card that lets you redeem travel points on any airline anytime, and the Versatile Go Rewards card that gives you the option to use points toward merchandise, travel, or cash back. Visit NavyFederal.org for details and start getting rewarded for spending smartly today. Open to everyone in the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Navy Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Sometimes the best seats in the house are above it. In college football, that's the Goodyear blimp. And for more than 60 years, we've seen what it takes to be worthy. It takes toughness, dedication, and perseverance. Because seasons aren't measured by wins and losses, but by heart. Some call it hard work, determination, or grit. We call it blimp-worthy. Goodyear, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
Indians trailing 3-1 as we head to the fifth inning here at Progressive Field. Game 7 of the World Series. Jim Rosenhaus along with Tom Hamilton, and down below near the Indians dugout, Andre Knott.
Thank you, Rosie. You know, you do have Corey Kluber back on the mound for this inning. It took him a little while to get back out there, but the bullpen is up. And in talking to some of the different bullpen guys and how to prepare for Game 7, I went from every extreme. I talked to Brian Shaw, who's usually a guy that's usually goes out about the third or fourth inning. He, Cody Allen, and Andrew Miller, they usually go out at the same time. Tonight he said he was told to be ready in the first inning to come into the game. So he's been out there the whole time. They're all stretched out and they're all ready. I also talked to Trevor Bauer, Rosie. Trevor Bauer is a starter who usually this would be his day to throw. He threw a little bit before the game, but he's out in the bullpen as well. Now, he was told by the coaches that they don't expect him to throw, during the early parts of the game, but he knows he must be ready at a beck and call. He says he was basically told if the game goes extra innings, he needs to be prepared to go deep into the game. but he's had to change his mindset as well on a night where it's a Game 7, and all of these guys have been told they may be needed at any point in time.
Now, Trevor Bauer has that experience in extra inning games, right?
Yeah. He doesn't realize what inning it is once he gets into those type of games. But, yes, it's true. And, there's a lot of talk about communication in the outfield after last night's game with Tyler Naquin and Lonnie Chisenhall. And really, in talking to Lonnie and Rajay Davis today, they said when it's this loud with this many people, whether you're at home or on the road, and with all the adrenaline going, you have to have a feel for the player next to you. So there's a lot of conversation about being able to communicate without talking amongst these outfielders, and they've done decent with that tonight.
Thanks, Andre.
You got it, Rosie.
Javier Baez to lead things off for Chicago as we head to the fifth inning. Corey Kluber still on. Baez fly to left his first time up. Andrew Miller ready in the pen when needed. Kluber with a look in at Roberto Perez. Here's his pitch, and it's swung on, and there's a high fly ball. This one's hit to deep right center, and it's gone. Javier Baez, who has struggled in the World Series, goes deep, and the Cubs lead it 4-1. And here comes Terry Francona. He'll make the move right here. Yep, Kluber's last pitch of what has been an outstanding 2016 season is a home run off the bat of Javier Baez, and Kluber will head back to the dugout. He gets a nice hand from the fans here. Trying to go 3 times in the World Series. It's uncommon nowadays. He gave it a shot and leaves on the short side of a 4-1 score. We'll take a break and have more after this.
AutoZone presents Peak Performance. Maximizing fuel economy, engine life, and overall engine performance doesn't take a lot thanks to fuel treatment and fluids from AutoZone. And right now, buy one 5.25-ounce Lucas Fuel System treatment and get one free. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 5,000 locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner, so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Limited time only. Restrictions and details in store.
I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Left-hander Andrew Miller is on in relief for the Indians. The man who really put this team over the top after being acquired at the trade deadline. He has been virtually unhittable in the postseason. 9 games in this postseason, he's allowed 1 run, a Dexter Fowler home run over the weekend at Wrigley Field on Saturday. 17 innings, he's allowed just 8 hits, 29 strikeouts, and 4 walks. And in an unfamiliar role for Miller, he's on to try and keep the game close. It's 4-1 Chicago after the home run by Javier Baez. So now with nobody out in the 5th inning, Dexter Fowler will step in. He's at the top of the lineup. Switch hitter will turn around and bat from the right side. Open the game with a home run to dead center. Indians tied it in the bottom of the 3rd, but now the Cubs with 2 in the 4th and another in the 5th have that 4-1 lead. Miller leaves a pitch inside for ball 1. Now Miller's ready. Here's his pitch. Swung on, ripped foul outside of 3rd. And the count's now 1-1 on Dexter Fowler. Very steady outfielder for the Cubs. Didn't think they'd have him back this year, but he signed late in the offseason. Here's the 1-1. Strike called on the inside corner. And the count's now 1-2 on Fowler. Now Miller working from the stretch with a 1-2. Swung on, lined past the diving Francisco Lindor, the shortstop, into left field, a base hit. Well, Fowler's aboard with the Cubs' 7th hit on the night. And here comes Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber is 2 for 2. An infield single in the first. Then he singled in the third and tried to stretch it into a double, but was thrown out on a nice throw by the right fielder, Lonnie Chisenhall. He's up there now with a man at first base with good speed and Dexter Fowler. Fowler with 13 stolen bases in the regular season. The Cubs in the World Series, 6 for 6 stealing bases. There's a bouncing ball to the shortstop, Lindor. To the bag for one. Kipnis to first. Double play. All right, Kipnis hung in there under heavy pressure from Fowler bearing down on him. And we shall see if the Cubs might want to challenge this. Joe Madden at that top step on a close play at first base. Schwarber getting down the line fairly well and on a very close play. He's initially called out. And this one would be difficult to overturn, at least from the first replay we saw. The Cubs manager, Joe Madden, still waiting, and they do want to take a look at it. So this one will go to replay review on a very close play at first, initially called out, and that may be the key. Is there enough evidence there to overturn it? We'll see. It's a ground ball that Lindor, the shortstop, picked up, and then the flip to Kipnis and his throw to first. Very close at first base. And again, the original ruling is out. So that's what they're going to look at. Did indeed that foot get down before the ball went into the glove of the first baseman, Mike Napoli, who gave it a good stretch. And the first base umpire, Chris Guccione, called Schwarber out. And this didn't take long. Out is confirmed by the replay officials. So Schwarber out, and it is a double play for the Tribe. So 2 down. Base is empty. And, of course, the key now with Andrew Miller, trying to keep that pitch count down through these middle innings to get as many innings as they can out of him. Chris Bryant, the batter here. And Bryant against Kluber was 1 for 2. Here's the pitch to him. Just downstairs for ball 1. We're in the 5th. Cubs lead at 4-1. They've added another run here in the 5th inning on the leadoff home run from Javier Baez. Second home run on the night by the Cubs. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. A devastating slider that time from Miller. And Bryant swung over it. 1-1 the count on Chris Bryant. Now Miller's ready, and here comes his 1-1. Fastball just missed outside. The count's now 2-1. Andrew Miller stands 6'7", maybe 210. With that tall, slender frame, lends itself to a delivery that's deceptive at times, hard for the hitters to pick up. The 2-1 swung on and fouled off, and it counts 2-2. And it also helps him generate some tremendous arm whip for that nasty slider that he throws. 2-2 is the count on Bryant. With 2 down, bases empty in the top half of the 5th inning. Miller looking for the put away. Here it comes. Slider misses inside. And the count's now 3-2. Outfield plays Bryant deep as you would expect. Slightly off to the opposite field. Infield playing him to pull. They put that shift on the left side of the infield with 3 infielders there. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, popped up foul and out of play. Off the facing of the upper deck over on the first base side. Three and two the count on Chris Bryant. Yeah, Miller's ready. Here's his pitch. Swung on, line down the left field line, foul. So we'll do it again on 3-2 to Bryant. Andrew Miller in the World Series. 5 1/3 innings, has allowed just the 1 run, has a win. 8 strikeouts, couple of walks. What a year it has been for him. He sets, and the 3-2. Swung on, chopped foul at home plate as Bryant stays alive. And the quality of Bryant's at-bats as the World Series has moved along has gotten better and better. Facing Andrew Miller, who is striking out at a rate of 15 batters per 9 innings this season. Three and two the count, the pitch. Just a bit outside. Miller wanted it, but did not get the call from the home plate umpire, Sam Holbrook. And that's a walk allowed by Miller. Tried to go with that backdoor slider that time to Chris Bryant. Here's Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo has flied to center and been hit by a pitch. Indians go ahead and move that infield over now with the left-handed hitting Rizzo at the plate. Not the full shift. Lindor still on that third base side of second, but shading it toward the bag. Here's Miller's pitch. Fastball missed inside for ball 1. Again, tight strike zone most of the night by Sam Holbrook. And those last 2 pitches, the ball 4 to Bryant and the first pitch to Rizzo, Miller took a lengthy look in there at the home plate umpire. 1-0 the count on Rizzo. Hit by a pitch his last time up. That helped the Cubs build an inning. The pitch. He tried to check his swing, couldn't do it. And the count's now 1-1 on Rizzo. In that 4th inning, after Chris Bryant had singled, Kluber had Rizzo in the hole with 2 strikes, but hit him. And Ben Zobrist bounced into a fielder's choice. Sac fly by Addison Russell. And an RBI double by Wilson Contreras snapped the 1-1 tie. And now the Cubs lead it 4-1. Here's Miller's pitch. Swung on, pulled foul outside of first. And that one rolls past the Cubs dugout. 1-2 to count on Anthony Rizzo. Trade acquisition by Theo Epstein and his staff back in 2012. Prior to that season, Cubs parted with Andrew Kashner, and they would do that deal again every day of the week. Here's the pitch. There goes the runner. The pitch is lined into right field, a base hit. On his way to third is Bryant. Picking it up is Chisenhall. They're going to wave Bryant around. Here comes the relay throw. He slides and he's safe. And the Cubs have added another run. It's now 5-1 Chicago. Now, Bryant was off with the pitch, and that allowed him to score the run as Rizzo hit a line drive into right field, more toward the line, so Chisenhall had to go get it. And by the time he fired it in and the relay from Kipnis, Bryant was able to score ahead of that throw by Kipnis. And now the Cubs are in front 5-1, and they have scored off of Andrew Miller. It will go as a single and an RBI for Rizzo, and he advances to second on the throw. Here's Ben Zobrist, the pitch to him, in there for strike 1. Well, you draw it up the way you hope it will go. The Indians couldn't have felt better about having Corey Kluber on the mound tonight, and he battled his way into the 5th. Left trailing 4-1. You bring on Miller, and a rarity since the Indians have acquired him. The Cubs have built an inning off him. Here's the 1-0. And there's a swing and a high fly ball. Left center field. This one's hit well. Back is Rajay Davis, and he makes the catch midway through the warning track right in front of the 19-foot high wall. But the Cubs add 2 more in the 5th. And as we head to the bottom half of the inning, it's Chicago 5, the Tribe 1.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union. Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
Sometimes the best seats in the house are above it. In college football, that's the Goodyear blimp. And for more than 60 years, we've seen what it takes to be worthy. It takes toughness, dedication, and perseverance. Because seasons aren't measured by wins and losses, but by heart. Some call it hard work, determination, or grit. We call it blimp-worthy. Goodyear, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
It's a great time of year to get out and play ball. Whether you join a baseball or softball league, meet up with friends for a pickup game at the local park, or just head out to the backyard and toss the ball around in a game of catch. However you play ball is up to you. So get outside, get some fresh air, and play ball. To learn more and be a part of something great, go to playball.org.
A can-do attitude can do a lot. And with an extra $20 in your pocket, they can do even more. Thanks to AutoZone Rewards, when you spend $20 5 times, you'll earn a $20 reward. It's the easiest way to get rewarded for tackling the jobs on your to-do list. So you can turn those brake jobs, oil jobs, and adding 500 watts of bass to your stereo system jobs into done jobs. Sign up today so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Kyle Hendricks continues for the Cubs into the bottom half of the 5th inning, as he's now working with a 4-run lead. The Cubs lead at 5-1 after scoring in back-to-back innings a pair of runs, the 4th and the 5th. And the Indians will try and get something going. And again, he's that type of pitcher. He gets a lead, and it just kind of feeds into what he does. If a team starts to try and get greedy and get those runs back in a hurry, you have to stay patient against Hendricks. Take him the other way, string some base hits together if you can. When he makes it tough, he doesn't walk anybody. And that's a challenge right now facing the Tribe. Coco Crisp will lead things off. Crisp got it started in that run-scoring rally for the Tribe in the 3rd inning that tied the game at the time with a double, and later scored on a base hit by Carlos Santana. Hendricks took too long to make his pitch, so Crisp stepped away. Now Coco Crisp turning 37 yesterday. Does he have more in the tank for next season? We'll see. Here's the pitch to him. Breaking ball on the outside corner for a strike. He certainly has enjoyed his time here in Cleveland since being acquired at the end of August, just prior to the deadline to be eligible for postseason. Here's the 0-1. Swung on, ground ball to the second baseman, Baez, who's up with it, throws on to first in time. One down here in the 5th, and Roberto Perez, the Indians catcher, will step in. Tonight's game brought to you by Goodyear Tires, chosen by experts for superior performance. Goodyear, more driven. Well, here's Perez, who sacrificed his first time up. Hendricks looks in. Here's his pitch. And it's down low for ball 1. Roberto Perez has started every game in the postseason for the Indians. Here comes the 1-0 delivery. And that's in there for a strike. The count's now 1-1 on Perez. He's done some great work behind the plate. Started the World Series in fine fashion with a couple of home runs in Game 1. Now the 1-1 pitch. Low and outside, and the count's now 2-1. And certainly this season a tremendous growth opportunity for Perez with starting catching duties coming his way most of the second half after he recovered from a thumb injury that cost him much of the first half. Here's the 2-1, and that's swung on and fouled back. 2-2 the count. On that Cubs bullpen, John Lester continues to throw. Boy, you wonder if he'll get 5 out of Hendricks and then turn it over to Lester. And if needed, Aroldis Chapman, but certainly Lester could finish. Here's the 2-2. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. And Perez, caught looking, heads back to the dugout. Second strikeout for Hendricks. And we head back to the top of the order for Carlos Santana. Santana with an RBI single back in the third inning. He's 1 for 2. And that tied the game at the time at 1. The Indians had an opportunity to score more in that inning, but could not take advantage of an error by Javier Baez. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball on the outside corner, strike 1. Jason Kipnis grounded to the shortstop, Addison Russell, who flipped to the bag, and Baez did not catch it cleanly. And after a replay review, Santana was ruled safe. The 0-1. Breaking ball in there for strike 2. And the Indians had runners at first and second with only 1 out. The joint was jumping. The Tribe fans drowned out the many Cub fans who are here. But Francisco Lindor flied to left, and Mike Napoli lined out to third. He hit it hard. Here's the 0-2. Down low, 1-2. So that threat went by the boards. And Hendricks hasn't allowed a base runner since. 5-1 Cubs with 2 down, bases empty in the bottom half of the 5th inning. 1-2 the count on Santana. Hendricks is into the wide. Here's his pitch. Change up, low and outside. So it's 2-2 on Santana. Switch hitter, left side. Shift on for him as usual, most teams. The 2-2. Just inside for ball 3. And Hendricks looking in, but pitchers on both sides have not gotten the corners very much tonight. And that was the case there for Hendricks. He was going after the inside corner at the knees on Santana. Now Santana asks for time as Hendricks takes too much. Product of Dartmouth, who grew up in Southern California, wanted to go to Stanford, but they didn't recruit him. So he went to Dartmouth. The 3-2. Up high, ball 4. Santana draws the walk. And the Indians have a 2-out base runner here in the 5th for Jason Kipnis. First walk allowed by Hendricks. And here comes Joe Madden. That's going to be it for Kyle Hendricks. Madden wants the left-hander, John Lester. So there's a pitching change for Chicago in the 5th. The score, the Cubs 5, the Tribe 1.
Today, you have more ways to access the #1 care in Ohio than ever before. Click into Cleveland Clinic wherever you are for an Express Care online visit, any hour, day or night. Walk into our Express Care clinics or our 24/7 emergency departments, or call in today for an appointment today. Cleveland Clinic is here for you, anytime, anywhere. Find your way to the best care at clevelandclinic.org/access.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union. Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
New pitcher on for the Cubs is John Lester, the left-hander, who started the World Series opener last Tuesday and then was on the hill in the elimination game potentially for the Cubs on Sunday and was the winning pitcher over at Wrigley Field with 6 innings of 2-run, 4-hit baseball. So he's 1-1 in the series as a starter, and as expected, he's on in relief. Pitching after a solid effort on Sunday, comes out of the pen here in Game 7 to face Jason Kipnis with Carlos Santana at first base and 2 away in the 5th inning. The Indians trailing 5-1 with no tomorrow. It's Game 7 of the World Series. One of these teams trying to end a drought, and the Cubs are up 5-1, looking for their first World Series title since 1908. That was the second of back-to-backs for the Cubs, and they haven't won since the longest drought in Major League Baseball by a lot. So here's Kipnis trying to keep it going here in this 5th inning. Take advantage of a base runner at first base. Kipnis 0 for 2 tonight against Hendricks. Here's the pitch from Lester. Low and outside for ball 1. David Ross is in the game behind the plate. Here's the pitch. And it's on the outside corner for a strike. Count moves to 1-1. Jason Kipnis. John Lester, 19 wins in the regular season. 2.44 ERA, the 1-1. Swing and a miss. And it counts now 1-2 on Kipnis. Lester in the postseason, in addition to being 1-1 in the World Series, 3-1 overall in 5 postseason starts, the ERA under 2. Here's his 1-2. Swung on, line foul, out of play, down the third base line, well out of play. And it remains 1-2. Now John Lester back on the mound at Progressive Field, a ballpark that will always have significance for him. His first start coming back from a battle with lymphoma was right here in 2007, and he won the ball game. His next pitch, check swing, yes. A pitch low and outside as Kipnis checked it. They made the appeal to the third base umpire, Marvin Hudson. So it remains 2-2 on Kipnis. Now John Lester's ready. Here's his pitch. Swung on, pokes slowly up the third baseline. Ross is on it, spins, throws, and he throws it away down the right field line. On his way to third is Santana. That ball skipped into the seats, so no further advance. And Kipnis collided at first base with Anthony Rizzo, but he's up slowly and now okay. He's going to head over to second base on a throwing error by the catcher, Ross. Well, The Indians are down by 4 runs. But a base hit right here, and things get interesting again. And the batter will be Francisco Lindor. Lindor tonight has reached on an error and flied to left. Now, John Lester with great numbers as a starter, but you never know, coming on mid-inning out of the bullpen. Not familiar territory for him. Can the Indians do damage with 2 outs, runners at second and third? The pitch from Lester. Swung on, yanked foul past the camera bay, third base side. And it's 0-1 on Francisco Lindor. Young man has been so calm and collected in postseason, hitting .364 in the World Series, .340 overall in the postseason, and he maintained that good solid approach right here against Lester. Santana down at third, Kipnis at second as Lester steps off. Lindor with a tremendous first full season in the major leagues. Now the 0-1 delivery. Bounced in there, gets away from Ross. Coming down the line is Santana. Racing around third is Kipnis. He'll try and score. He slides. He's saved. 2-run score on a wild pitch. And this place is alive again. It's the Cubs 5, but now the Tribe 3. Kipnis never hesitated, and the big key was David Ross. He deflected that ball, and then he fell over and could not get up for just a moment in time that was enough for Kipnis to score all the way from second. So now it's 5-3. The bases are empty. And it's a 1-1 count on Lindor. Wow. Here's the pitch. Waved at and missed on a changeup. Boy, he just couldn't lay off on a pitch that looked downstairs. And now it's 1-2. Lester back to working from the windup. Here's his 1-2 pitch. Low and in. And now it's 2-2. Mike Napoli waits on deck. If Lindor can somehow reach base here in the 5th inning with 2 down to bring Napoli to the plate, it'll be very interesting. The 2-2 pitch. Down low, ball 3. Payoff pitch coming to Lindor. Lester still looking in at his catcher, David Ross. Now he's into the line, and here comes the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Lindor down on strikes, but the Tribe scores 2, and we will head to inning number 6. It's Chicago 5, the Tribe 3.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
When you drive your vehicle for the first time, you want to make sure it stays as good as new for as long as possible. That's why you should make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics with Pure Plus technology, a modern motor oil made from natural gas and designed to protect your engine against wear. Make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics today and let the performance speak for itself. Save $2 per quart on any qualifying Pennzoil purchase. See Pennzoil.com/rebate for more information.
Well, folks, we've got a ball game. Hi again, everybody. Tom Hamilton back with you, along with Jim Rosenhaus, Andre Knott, Stephanie Hagel, and Brian Matze. And the Indians and the Chicago Cubs have played 5 innings in this deciding Game 7 of the 2016 World Series. And it's now the Chicago Cubs 5 and the Cleveland Indians 3. And the Indians had your ho-hum routine 2-run 5th inning on about an 18-foot single. And the Indians ended up getting 2 runs. Cubs have committed 3 errors tonight, and they finally paid a price in the 5th. Andrew Miller, who came on and worked the 5th inning, stays on for the 6th. Addison Russell, the shortstop, takes the slider inside, ball 1. Corey Kluber went the first 4 innings tonight, gave up 4 runs on 6 hits. Now 2nd inning of work for Miller. That pitch in there, a strike. And Miller giving up his 2nd run in this postseason. Corey Kluber had given up 3 runs in his first 5 postseason starts total. Now the 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. But the Indians have asked so much of Corey Kluber, and that guy is one of the fiercest competitors in the game. And he gave the Indians what he could tonight. Now Andrew Miller trying to keep it a 2-run deficit. The pitch, and it's low, 2-2. 5 runs, 8 hits, 3 errors, 3 left for the Cubs. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors, 3 left for the Indians. Andrew Miller's ready. Here it comes. A swing and a weak topper foul third base side. Miller, though, has already made 25 pitches. But you know what? Pitch counts go out the window on November 2nd in Game 7 of the World Series. Now the set, now the pitch. Swung on, jam job, popped him up. First baseman Mike Napoli trickles into foul ground to grab it. And Russell out number 1. Russell 0 for 2 tonight, picked up an RBI with a sac fly. If you are just joining us, Dexter Fowler led off this game with a solo homer to center in the first inning. The Indians tied it in the 3rd when Coco Crisp would double and would score on a Carlos Santana single. But the Indians let the Cubs off the hook in that 3rd, as Javi Baez had his 2nd error of the night in that 3rd. The Indians had 2 on with 1 out, but Kyle Hendricks got out of it, getting Lindor Napoli. First pitch strike from Andrew Miller to the new catcher David Ross. Then the Cubs scored 4 unanswered runs to break the 1-1 tie. They got 2 in the 4th and 2 in the 5th. Now the 0-1. Swing and a foul back, 0-2. In that 4th, Addison Russell had a sac fly, and Wilson Contreras had an RBI double. In the 5th, Javier Baez knocked Corey Kluber out of the game with a solo homer to right center. And Anthony Rizzo later in the inning would get an RBI single off Andrew Miller. That made it 5-1 Cubs. That pitch is up 1-2. Then the Indians had their improbable 2-run rally in the 5th with 2 outs and nobody on. Carlos Santana walked. Joe Madden yanked starter Kyle Hendricks, who had been brilliant. Went to his left-handed starter from Game 1 as well as Game 5, John Lester. And Jason Kipnis had that little dribbler down the third baseline. Here's the 1-2. Swung on, hit high in the air to deep center. Davis back. Davis on the track at the wall, leaps. It is gone! David Ross has taken Andrew Miller out of the yard to center. The Cubs have their 3rd home run tonight. And Miller, who had given up 1 run all postseason, has given up 2 runs tonight. And the Cubs have a 6-3 lead. And momentum once again swings the Cubs' way. David Ross in his final game in the major leagues. He'll retire after tonight. Oh, is that a shocking home run? 3rd Cubs home run tonight, all solo shots. Here's Jason Hayward, 0 for 2. Takes down and in, ball 1. So for Andrew Miller, this has been arguably his roughest outing since he joined the Indians. The pitch swung on a bouncing ball on the right side. First baseman Mike Napoli has it, races Hayward to the bag, beats him there. Hayward went in with a dangerous head-first slide, but he's out number 2. Now Javier Baez, who is 1 for 2 with a solo homer to right center. Well, the ball is carrying tonight like it's the middle of the summer. It was 69 degrees at game time, still really no breeze. And the Cubs have 3 solo home runs and lead the Indians 6-3. And now Indians closer Cody Allen is warming up. Here's Baez, fly out at a homer. He swings and misses, strike 1. Tonight's World Series game presented by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. And boy, every time the Indians have scored tonight, the Cubs have come right back the very next inning and have answered. The pitch swung on, fouled down the right side, 0-2. So the Indians have never been able to maintain any kind of momentum tonight with the way the Cubs have been able to come back the following inning. 6-3 Cubs, 6th inning, 2 outs, nobody on. Miller's 0-2 pitch. Swing and a foul at the plate, still 0-2. Probably a telltale sign here tonight. Andrew Miller does not have a strikeout in 2 innings of work. This is a guy that averages almost 2 strikeouts per inning. Miller's ready, the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He gets his first on the slider. And Baez is the 3rd out. But David Ross in his first at bat tonight with a solo homer to center field. And the Cubs back on top by a 6-3 score over the Indians. We go to the bottom of the 6th.
Dunkin' Donuts presents the Sweet Black Pepper Bacon Sandwich Experience.
You take a bite, it's back. 4 strips of caramelized bacon crispiness with egg and cheese on an oven-toasted croissant. Get philosophical. Can bacon be beautiful? That sweet sugar and black pepper says, oh yeah.
Experience Dunkin' Donuts Sweet Black Pepper Bacon Sandwich any time of day. America runs on Dunkin'. Price participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Stop by Dunkin' Donuts and get a freshly brewed coffee. America runs on Dunkin'.
To run a faster mile, you use a stopwatch. To improve your dog's behavior, you use a trainer. How do you improve your financial skills? Use the Red Key. KeyBank helps you master your financial skills, giving you a way to track your financial wellness. The better your score, the better you're doing. All the way to thriving. Take your next step to financial wellness. KeyBank. Use the Red Key. Member FDIC, an official banking home of the Cleveland Indians.
Elk and Elk, Super Lawyers Top 5, National Trial Lawyers Top 100, Martindale Hubble Top-Rated Lawyers, Multi-Million-Dollar Advocates Forum, and Elite Lawyers of America Platinum member. For a top-rated injury lawyer, call 1-800-ELK, Ohio.
Hey, Art, the Indians are ready to go head-to-head with the best. Just like our lawyers know how to play hardball against any opponent. For a seasoned team of injury lawyers, Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Elk and Elk, proud partner of the Cleveland Indians. Go Tribe!
At Metro Toyota, we're celebrating our 47th birthday, and you'll be celebrating too when you see the amazing prices on our entire inventory of new Toyotas. Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Prius, Tacoma, every car and every truck, all on sale. Plus, every vehicle comes with the legendary Metro service that's built our reputation for 47 years. It's Metro, it's Cleveland, and we're celebrating. That's why at Metro Toyota, our customers send us their friends.
Well, they've been the comeback kids all season long. We'll see if the Indians have what would be a monumental comeback to try to rally from what had been a 4-run deficit. Now it's back to a 3-run deficit here in Game 7 of the World Series. The Cubs on top of the Indians by a score of 6-3. And the Indians have the middle of the order facing starter turned reliever John Lester, who's trying to do his impersonation of Madison Bumgarner. Bumgarner a couple of years ago had that incredible postseason and against Kansas City in the World Series, won 2 games and then came out in Game 7 with 5 innings of relief work. Lester is a win and a loss in this World Series. Now in his 2nd inning of work. 6-3 Cubs, bottom of the 6th. There's Mike Napoli, 0 for 2. The pitch to him, a backdoor curve for strike 1. Former teammates on that World Championship team in Boston 3 Octobers ago. Now the 0-1. Up and in. Ball 1, 1-1. Kyle Hendricks was terrific tonight, went 4 2/3. Gave up 2 runs, 1 earned. He allowed 4 hits, struck out 2, walked 1. Lester's pitch. Napoli lays off. It's upstairs. Ball 2, 2-1. John Lester rocks into his delivery. And the left-hander's pitch. Swing and a miss. Might have been the cutter right there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, in Game 7, of course, everybody is available. Joe Madden more confidence in Lester than other people in his pen. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He just struck out Napoli. 2nd strikeout for Lester, and that's why he's out there. This would actually be a side day if you were during the regular season for a starter, as Lester had pitched on Sunday night. And we'll see how far Joe Madden goes with him. He may simply go from Lester to Chapman. Here's Jose Ramirez, switch hitter batting right-handed. First pitch up high, a ball. Ramirez 1 for 2 with a single. Of course, the Indians trying to foil those plans, but they need base runners. Down 3 in the 6th. The next delivery. And he went with a pitch down and in and got the call for a strike. That'll even it up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lester was 19-5 with the Cubs this year. He might win the Cy Young at a 2.44 ERA. Cubs have a lot of Cy Young candidates, including the kid that pitched tonight. Now the 1-1 pitch. A swing and a miss. Fastball 1-2. Brandon Geyer's come on deck to bat for Lonnie Chisenhall. John Lester helped Boston win it all in 07 and again in 13. Now with the Cubs after a free agent. The pitch outside. 2-2. And he was certainly one of the most attractive free agents, and the Cubs went after him, and they went after him hard. And this is his 2nd year in Chicago. Now his 2-2 offering to Jose Ramirez. Swinging a weak chopper towards short. Russell gloves it, gets rid of it quickly. Close play, and Ramirez called out. Indians want to hold up play just to get another look at it with their replay video man. Nope, he was out. So the replay ourselves up here, 2 down. And now Brandon Geyer to bat for Lonnie Chisenhall. Brandon Geyer, who was such a key acquisition and under the radar acquisition in August when the Indians grabbed him from the Tampa Bay Rays. Against left-handed pitching this year, he had an OPS of over 1,000. Had a lot of big hits for the Indians. Trying to get something going here in the 6th. 2 outs. Nobody on. Indians down 6-3. The wind, the pitch. Geyer takes. It's high. Ball 1. This World Series, Brandon Geyer 1 for 8 with an RBI. Now the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, line to left. There's another base hit off the bench for Brandon Geyer. We've seen him do that a bunch. So the Indians have had base hits now in 4 innings. 6 total. Now Rajai Davis has hit into a double play and flied out. Now the Cubs have hit 3 solo home runs tonight. The Indians need a long ball here to try to jump back into this one and re-energize this crowd, although, to be perfectly honest, it seems to be easily a 50-50 split here between Indians and Cubs fans. Some kids in Chicago are not getting Christmas presents this December. Mom and Dad spent all their money on Cubs tickets. Here's the pitch, and it's up and in, a ball. And to the mound goes the personal catcher for John Lester, David Ross. How much does manager Joe Madden think of this combination together? He pulled a starting catcher tonight, Wilson Contreras, when he put John Lester into this ball game in the 5th inning and brought David Ross off the bench. And then, of course, David Ross gets a home run in his first at bat. Now the set. Now the 1-0. And it's in there. 1-1. Of course, you know by now John Lester simply doesn't throw to first. So you can get as big a lead as you want. The problem is a lot of base runners have a tough time getting that big a lead and feeling comfortable. The pitch. Down and in, ball 2, 2-1. That might sound goofy, but the base runners will tell you they're never able to get those kind of leads, and they keep being told, go further, go further. And when you're out there, it's like you're on an island and hard to convince yourself that he's not going to pick you off by throwing over there. Huge lead for Geyer. The pitch, and it's a little bit high, 3-1. And David Ross is a good throwing catcher. So if you get that lead, you also have to get a good jump and go. You have to be committed to steal second and not be kind of caught in between. If you are, stay put, especially with the Indians down 3. 3-1 pitch to Davis. Swung on, chopper up the middle. In front of second, Baez gloves it, and he'll throw to first to get Davis and end the inning. So 6 in the books here in Game 7 on a gorgeous Cleveland night. It's the Cubs 6 and the Indians 3.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we offer a full range of credit cards that reward you for spending smartly, like our Cash Rewards card, which gives you 1.5% cash back on qualifying purchases, our Flagship Rewards card that lets you redeem travel points on any airline anytime, and the Versatile Go Rewards card that gives you the option to use points toward merchandise, travel, or cash back. Visit NavyFederal.org for details and start getting rewarded for spending smartly today. Open to everyone in the Armed Forces, the DoD, and their families. Navy Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Have you experienced this when buying a used car?
How many miles to the gallon does it get?
About 9 miles.
Is that good?
Sure. I wouldn't walk 9 miles. Don't buy a used car without a Die Hard 360 vehicle assessment. You may know a little about cars, but Sears Auto Center knows a lot. For $49.99, you get an unbiased, professional 120-point inspection in a neutral meeting place and a full Carfax report. See stores or SearsAuto.com for details.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union. Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
Six innings in the books here in Game 7. Cubs 6, Indians 3 to decide the 2016 World Series champion. Andrew Miller's third inning of work. Corey Kluber started, went 4, gave up 4 runs on 6 hits. And Andrew Miller, who had not given up a run this entire postseason until the other night in an Indians lopsided win, has been touched for 2 big runs here by the Cubs. And that's where we stand. 6-3 Chicago. Cody Allen warming in the Indians bullpen. Top of the order, Dexter Fowler, Kyle Schwarber, and Chris Bryant. Fowler started this game with a solo homer to center. Cubs have hit 3 solo homers tonight. First ball swinging, Fowler rips it down the left side, foul, strike 1. Tonight's World Series game presented by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. 6 runs, 9 hits. 3 errors, 3 left for the Cubs. The Indians 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 4 left. Fowler swings, rips one to right. That's another base hit. And we just haven't seen this against Andrew Miller all year since the Indians acquired him from the Yankees. Andrew Miller has given up 4 base hits tonight. That'll bring up Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber is 2 for 3 with a couple of singles. It'll be a left-on-left matchup. Cody Allen is getting ready, and this might be the final batter for Andrew Miller with the right-handed hitting Chris Bryant on deck. We shall see. So the Cubs have now out-hit the Indians 10-6. The set by Miller, the pitch, and Schwarber pops one into the third base seating area. Strike 1. Schwarber helped the Indiana Hoosiers get to the College World Series in 2013, and a lot of people were surprised. Not that he was a first-round pick in 2014, but he was the 4th pick in the entire draft. Cubs loved his bat. They loved his intangibles. They haven't been disappointed. He was a college catcher. The question is, will he catch in the big leagues? He had been playing left field when he suffered that brutal knee injury in April in a collision in the outfield. And, of course, DHing in this World Series, he's not ready to play in the outfield or anywhere else defensively. Amazing he's playing at all. He swings and misses at the fastball. And the count 0-2, and Andrew Miller now has had 40 pitches. If you're going in on Schwarber, you better go in hard and in on the hands, not let it leak on the inner half of the plate. He's got a quick bat. Miller's pitch to Schwarber. Down and away, a slider. Nice grab going to his left by Perez. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cubs have not won the World Series since 1908. I'm sure you haven't heard that before tonight. Their first World Series in 71 years. And trying to do what Hasn't been done all that many times. Come from a 3-1 deficit and win the final 3 to win it all. Throw to first, a pickoff. And they didn't get him. Fowler somehow got back ahead of the tag of Napoli. Oh, was that close? Fowler was leaning the other way. The other coaches now are saying to Tito, let's check it possibly. But it looked like he got his hand back in ahead of the tag of Miller. But they definitely had Fowler leaning. Cubs have been aggressive on the bases tonight. And will Terry Francona challenge this call? We're still waiting. He will not. And Fowler just did get back. While the Cubs do not have any steals tonight, outside of Schwarber in the first, they have been starting runners, and it got them a run on a single with a runner starting from first. Now the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, foul back and out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. In the history of the World Series, only 3 teams have ever come from a 3-1 deficit to win the World Series by having to win games 6 and 7 on the road. The 1958 Yankees were down 3-1 to the Milwaukee Braves and would rally. The 1968 Tigers did the same to the St. Louis Cardinals. And the 1979 Pittsburgh Pirates came back to beat the Baltimore Orioles. Now the pitch. Swung on, a bullet, headed to left. Going back toward the line is Crisp. He'll get there and make the catch just inside the line. Another well-struck ball by Schwarber off Miller. And it's out number 1. And the Cubs trying to become that 4th team to trail 3-1 and win a World Series by winning games 6 and 7 on the road. Terry Francona's going to his closer, Andrew Miller, with a 43-pitch effort tonight. He'll leave here in the 7th. The Cubs have a runner on with 1 down, and the Cubs with a 6-3 lead over the Indians.
AutoZone presents Peak Performance. Maximizing fuel economy, engine life, and overall engine performance doesn't take a lot thanks to fuel treatment and fluids from AutoZone. And right now, buy one 5.25-ounce Lucas Fuel System treatment and get one free. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 5,000 locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner, so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Limited time only. Restrictions and details in store.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union, open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
Indians closer Cody Allen has been summoned. 6-3, the Cubs lead the Indians in Game 7 here in the 7th inning. 1 out, a runner at first, and it'll be Chris Bryant against Cody Allen, who's been incredible this postseason. Still has not allowed a run. In this postseason, covering 9 games, Cody Allen has 6 saves. He has shut out the opposition in 11 2/3 innings and has 22 strikeouts and 4 walks in those 11 2/3 innings, with the opposition hitting 182. In the World Series, Cody Allen's making his 4th appearance. He's worked 3 scoreless games against the Cubs, covering 4 shutout innings. And in those 4 innings, Cody Allen has struck out 10 and walked 1. So it'll be a righty-righty matchup. Allen, mid-90s fastball, upper 80s knuckle curve. Chris Bryant, 1 for 2, a single, a walk, and 2 runs scored. 1 out, 1 on. Cubs up 6-3 in the 7th. The set and the pitch to Bryant, and he sends one foul out of play to the right, strike 1. Andrew Miller went 2 1/3 tonight and has been charged with 2 runs on 4 hits, had a walk and a strikeout, responsible for Fowler at first. Cubs tonight have banged out 10 hits and have had a batter hit by a pitch plus a walk, so that's 12 base runners in 7 innings. Now the set by Allen and the 0-1 pitch, and before it's made, a throw to first, and diving back is Fowler, Cubs' best base stealer. He led the team with a modest 13 steals this year. Allen's ready, hands resting, belt high. He fires, and maybe high, maybe outside, maybe none of the above. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outfield is deep, slightly toward right. Indians had shut down Bryant the first 4 games of this World Series. He had 1 hit. The last 3 games, he's had 6 hits, including 2 homers. The pitch, a swing and a jam job, popped foul first base side near the Cubs dugout, and it hits the screen. Napoli and Perez racing there, but no play. Dead ball when it hits that cover screen. And the count 1-2. Fowler looked like he wanted to run on that last pitch as the Cubs are trying to stay aggressive. Cubs led 1-0 after 1. The Indians tied it in the 3rd. Then the Cubs scored 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, had a 5-1 lead. The Indians scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th on 1 wild pitch. But then David Ross the homer in the 6th, and it's 6-3 Chicago here in the 7th. Allen's ready. The throw to first, Fowler back with a dive. Now the next delivery goes to first, and again Fowler back diving, close play. Fowler has 1 stolen base this postseason. The Cubs don't do much running. Not the way they can hit the ball out of the park tonight. They've hit 3 solo homers. Target inside corner. Allen's pitch swung on, fouled off to the right again. Another good at bat for Chris Bryant. Count stays 1-2. If the Indians are not able to pull off the comeback and win this game, they're going to look at some missed opportunities when the Cubs committed errors by Javi Baez in the 1st and 3rd innings. Indians had 2 on in that 3rd with 1 out thanks to the error. Throw to first, again Fowler back diving. Allen's made as many throws to first as he has to Bryant at the plate. 6-3 Cubs here in the 7th, 1 on, 1 on. And the problem now for the Indians is Aroldis Chapman looms in that Cubs bullpen. The pitch, and it's high and wide, 2-2. Chris Bryant is a remarkably gifted young hitter. He's not just up there wailing away. He knows what he's doing at the plate. A good idea of the strike zone. That's how you hit 39 homers and yet still bat .292. Now the 2-2 runner goes. Pitch swung on a miss. Perez throw to second. Slide tag. Got him. Double play. Strike him out. Throw him out. Double play. But of course, we will have a delay here to see if the Cubs want to challenge the call. Well, you couldn't make a much better throw than Roberto Perez did on the swinging strikeout. 2-4 on the caught stealing. Will the Cubs challenge the call? They will not. The call stands to strike him out, throw him out, double play. Final time this year that it's stretch time at the corner of Carnegie and Ontario. With a score, the Cubs 6, the Indians 3.
Progressive presents Mindfulness with Flo.
You are rising further and further into the universe of bundling. Within that universe, you see your home and auto insurance floating together like two opponents on a swing set after a big game, sharing a churro.
Ascend into savings when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Sometimes the best seats in the house are above it. In college football, that's the Goodyear blimp. And for more than 60 years, we've seen what it takes to be worthy. It takes toughness, dedication, and perseverance. Because seasons aren't measured by wins and losses, but by heart. Some call it hard work, determination, or grit. We call it blimp-worthy. Goodyear, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
These are the engine threats that attack your engine every day. And this is Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline leaving them behind with the best total engine protection you can get. Now, earn 10 cents per gallon after every 8-gallon fill-up of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus. Who doesn't like the sound of that? Sign up for free at fuelrewards.com/ESPN. Offer ends 1/1/17. Minimum 8-gallon purchase of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Fuel savings limited to 20 gallons. Additional terms and conditions apply. See fuelrewards.com/ESPN for details.
Hear that? That's the sound of you creating your own destiny. While others are waiting in line for brunch, you're spending Saturday in the garage. Because you went to AdvanceAutoParts.com, ordered a platinum battery with a 3-year replacement warranty, and picked it up in-store just 30 minutes later. Now, installing a battery isn't an all-day job, but what the brunch crowd doesn't know won't hurt it. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road. Visit AdvanceAutoParts.com to learn more.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 7th inning here at Progressive Field, and John Lester, his 3rd inning of work after starting Sunday night. And there's no question now. You can see Joe Madden simply going to go Hendricks, Lester, and Chapman. It'll be Coco Crisp, Roberto Perez, then back to the top of the order. 6-3 to Cubs here in the bottom of the 7th. LeBron James and just about the entire Cleveland Cavaliers team is here again tonight in one of the suites. They were just shown on the video board between innings, and that always gets a rousing ovation. And then J.R. Smith, as only J.R. Smith can do to fire up a crowd, ripped off his shirt. Here's Coco Crisp batting right-handed. 1 for 2, a double and a run scored. He takes a strike. Well, the Cavaliers players have been here rooting on the Indians all October. It's been great to see that, as the Indians did for the Cavs in June. The pitch down low, 1 ball, 1 strike. 6-3. Cubs lead the Indians, bottom of the 7th. In on the grass at third is Bryant. Outfield, medium deep, a little bit toward right. The pitch swung on and a weak fly Into shallow left. Zobrist coming in to retire Coco Crisp. 1 down. Starter Kyle Hendricks went 4 2/3, gave up 2 runs, 1 earned. The run off John Lester was also unearned. And the Indians scored a bizarre 2 runs on a wild pitch when they had runners at second and third. Santana and Kipnis both scored on a wild pitch that ricocheted away from David Ross, and he actually tipped over and fell to the ground. And by the time he scrambled and went to the backstop, Kipnis had hustled and scored on a head-first slide. In there, a first pitch strike to Indians catcher Roberto Perez, who's got a sac bunt and a strikeout tonight. Lester into the wide in the 0-1. Curveball, and it missed inside, 1-1. Well, Lester has pretty much taken this Indians crowd out of the game. He has come in here and shut down the Indians offensively. 2 starts and now this relief appearance in Game 7. Now the wind and the 1-1 pitch. And it's low ball 2-1. Won't be long if people get on base that Aroldis Chapman will be warming. Now the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled upstairs, 2-2. Joe Madden, the Cubs manager, was criticized by some people. Of course, everybody now, whether you're a fan or you're the media, always feel like they know more than the manager. But Chapman last night worked parts of 3 innings, but only 20-some pitches, the 2-2. Backdoor curve, didn't get the call. Lester thought it was a strike. Full count. Joe Madden said today the only thing in that 9-3 game last night, he just wished he would have had somebody up warming sooner in the ninth. But that isn't going to impact Chapman tonight. Now the payoff pitch. Swing and a foul back. We'll do it again at 3-2. These 2 managers, Terry Francona and Joe Madden, they went at it a long time against each other in the AL East with Boston and Tampa Bay, and 2 managers that think outside the box. They're not afraid to be second-guessed. It's why they're outstanding managers. Now the payoff pitch. Inside, he lost him with a walk. So the Indians have their second free ride of the night. Roberto Perez draws the 1-out walk. Top of the order now at Carlos Santana. Switch hitter. He'll bat right-handed. RBI single tonight. He's lined out, and he's also walked. Tyler Naquin's going to run for Roberto Perez at first, so Yan Gomes will be catching when the Cubs bat in the 8th. So Perez will leave. Naquin will run. Top of the order, Carlos Santana. First at bat, right-handed. The pitch, he bangs it to the mound. And Lester wanted to go to second to start a double play and didn't have confidence in throwing the ball there. How about that? And then he kind of ran toward first and underhand lobbed it about 15 feet. That's a double play ball 99% of the time. But Lester just has no confidence in throwing to any base. And so instead of the inning being over, the Indians have a runner at second in Tyler Naquin. And Carlos Santana is out number 2. Here's Jason Kipnis. He got that about 18-foot single, squibbing it down the third base line off John Lester when Lester came on in the 5th and would eventually score. Kipnis 1 for 3. The pitch. and it missed inside a ball. It's amazing that a guy that's as good a pitcher as John Lester would have such a mental block when it comes to throwing a baseball to the bases, but it doesn't keep him from winning. The pitch swung on, fouled upstairs, 1-1. As Sandy Alomar said, you still have to get on first, and that's the problem when facing Lester. So Naquin takes his lead at second. 2 down in the 7th. Indians down 6-3. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball. 1-2 the count on Kipnis. Outfield shading Kipnis the other way toward left. The set by Lester. Here it comes. Kipnis swung and missed. Chased the breaking ball down and away. And what a job by Lester tonight. Well, he has certainly gotten them now into Chapman territory. 7 in the books. And the Cubs lead the Indians by a score of 6-3.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Every 4 years,
this has really turned into a very special event.
The best baseball players in the world.
I've never experienced anything like this.
Compete for country.
Being able to round the bases with the USA across my chest is a career highlight.
Pride.
It really means a lot for our country.
And glory. Come be a part of the 2017 World Baseball Classic. March 6th through the 22nd. For information and tickets, visit worldbaseballclassic.com.
Have you experienced this when buying a used car?
How many miles to the gallon does it get?
About 9 miles.
Is that good?
Sure. I wouldn't walk 9 miles. Don't buy a used car without a Die Hard 360 vehicle assessment. You may know a little about cars, but Sears Auto Center knows a lot. For $49.99, you get an unbiased, professional 120-point inspection in a neutral meeting place and a full Carfax report. See stores or SearsAuto.com for details. Get the power of Die Hard at Sears Auto Centers.
Cody Allen got the strike him out, throw him out, double play in the 7th inning, and he'll work here in the 8th. Aroldis Chapman starting to throw in the Chicago bullpen. Anthony Rizzo, Ben Zobrist, and Addison Russell against Cody Allen. Rizzo 1 for 2 with an RBI single. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 in the Cubs order. The Indians overshift to the right. They put 3 between first and second. Third baseman Jose Ramirez, even with the bags, halfway between second and third. Outfield deep and a bit toward right. Allen the wind in the pitch to Rizzo, and he went curveball strike on the inside corner. Tonight's game brought to you by the Home Depot. More savings, more doing. Allen into the motion, the 0-1. Checked and took another curveball strike, 0-2. Breeze has started to pick up, blowing out toward right. Hopefully the rain stays away. Rizzo sends one upstairs foul, and the count stays 0-2. It's been an incredible month of October and now the start of November for postseason play. There have been a few chilly days and nights, but 69 degrees for the first pitch tonight at 8 o'clock on November 2nd. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, curve in the dirt. Gomes picks it up, and he'll throw to first. Wide throw, but a good stretch by Napoli to catch it and complete the strikeout of Rizzo. Second strikeout for Cody Allen. One down in the eighth. There's Ben Zobrist. 0 for 3. He will bat left-handed. 6 runs, 10 hits for the Cubs. The Indians 3 runs on 6 hits. Cubs finally were able to crank up the offense here the last couple of nights here in Cleveland, scoring 15 runs over the last 2 ball games. The wind and the pitch. Swung on a smash foul outside of first, strike 1. And take nothing away from this team that has been the best team in baseball all year. The Cubs winning 103 games. But it finally seems like here in this World Series, some of the injuries the Indians have had to deal with finally caught up to them. Here's the wind in the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball up and away, 0-2. No Carlos Carrasco, your number 2 starter, and Danny Salazar, your number 3 starter, who could only work an inning or 2 out of the bullpen. And then not having your best all-around player, Michael Brantley, all year. And that takes nothing away from the Cubs. The pitch checked on a pitch low, 1-2, but in particular, not having the depth in your rotation may have finally caught up with Josh Tomlin and Corey Kluber having to pitch here on 3 nights or 3 days rest, and Kluber having to do it a bunch this postseason. But again, that does not take anything away from this Cubs comeback. Now the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded toward first at the line with the play as Napoli runs to the bag for the out, 2 down. Now Addison Russell 0 for 2 with a sac fly. 2 outs, nobody on. Cubs lead it 6-3 here in the 8th. Right-hander against right-hander. Cody Allen into the motion and the first delivery to Russell. And it's a curveball strike. Boy, what a postseason run for Cody Allen. Still hasn't given up a run. Allen works first base side of the rubber and deals. Curveball into beauty. 0-2. Allen's ready. 2-strike pitch. Swung on, popped up. First baseman Mike Napoli. He will make the catch. And another good inning for Cody Allen. Cody Allen was on the mound when the Indians clinched the division series at Fenway. He was on the mound when the Indians clinched the pennant in Toronto. He's on the mound here tonight hoping for an Indians rally. Cubs 6, Indians 3, bottom of the 8th coming up.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union, open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families, federally insured by NCUA.
When you drive your vehicle for the first time, you want to make sure it stays as good as new for as long as possible. That's why you should make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics with Pure Plus technology, a modern motor oil made from natural gas and designed to protect your engine against wear. Make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics today and let the performance speak for itself. Save $2 per quart on any qualifying Pennzoil purchase. See Pennzoil.com/rebate for more information.
A can-do attitude can do a lot. And with an extra $20 in your pocket, it can do even more. Thanks to AutoZone Rewards, when you spend $20 5 times, you'll earn a $20 reward. It's the easiest way to get rewarded for tackling the jobs on your to-do list. So you can turn those brake jobs, oil jobs, and adding 500 watts of bass to your stereo system jobs into done jobs. Sign up today so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Well, Joe Madden is sticking with John Lester. That's how good John Lester has been out of the bullpen tonight after Lester went 6 innings in the Cubs' 3-2 win on Sunday night in Game 5. John Lester comes on for still another inning of work. And this is his 4th different inning of work. Came on in the 5th. 6-3, Cubs leading the Indians. Chapman is ready if needed. It'll be Lindor, Napoli, and Ramirez. Lindor 0 for 3. Switch hitter batting right-handed. Now he has shown the country what a rising star he is. This World Series coming in, batting .364, batting .340 overall in the postseason entering tonight. Tonight 0 for 3, he'll bat right-handed. Lester works out of the windup and the pitch. And it's a little bit low, ball 1. Lester's certainly not shown any diminished velocity tonight. Made 45 pitches. He kicks, fires, and it's down and in, ball 2, 2-0. But again, Chapman is ready if needed. And it won't be long before Joe Madden goes to him if he senses any decline in Lester. Now the 2-0 pitch. Swung on, smashed to short, fielded by Russell. He'll throw on Lindor, 1 down. That'll bring up Mike Napoli, 0 for 3 tonight. One out, nobody on. Cubs 6, Indians 3 in the bottom of the 8th, and the Indians are down to their last 5 outs. John Lester works in the middle of the pitching rubber. A very deliberate and abbreviated windup and pitch. And he zips it in there, a strike. Napoli didn't agree. Lester kicks, fires. Napoli swings and misses. 0-2. One out, nobody on. Cubs with a 3-run lead in the 8th. The next offering, just a bit outside. 1-2. Now the next offering. Way outside, ball 2. He almost stumbled in his follow-through. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2. Strike 3 called. Napoli out looking. He's not happy. 4 strikeouts for Lester. 2 down in the 8th. Jose Ramirez 1 for 3 with a single. Two outs, nobody on. Cubs 6, Indians 3 in the 8th. First offering to Ramirez, and it missed outside a ball. Lester kicks, deals. Ramirez swings and misses. 1-1. Now this is going to be one of the stories, certainly, of tonight's ball game. Joe Maddon had clearly shown he had no faith in anybody in his bullpen outside of Chapman. And Lester rose to the occasion tonight after starting Sunday night in the Cubs' first season-saving game. The pitch swung on, ground ball up the middle, diving attempt by Russell, glances off the shortstop's glove to the second baseman Baez. That'll be an infield hit. And now Brandon Geyer will bat, and we'll see if Chapman is called upon. He will be. Joe Maddon leaves that first base dugout, and John Lester probably gave the Cubs even more than they envisioned tonight. He came on with 2 down in the 5th, and he leaves with 2 down in the 8th, and the Cubs on top of the Indians 6-3.
Today, you have more ways to access the #1 care in Ohio than ever before. Click into Cleveland Clinic wherever you are for an Express Care online visit, any hour, day or night. Walk into our Express Care clinics or our 24/7 emergency departments, or call in today for an appointment today. Cleveland Clinic is here for you, anytime, anywhere. Find your way to the best care at clevelandclinic.org/access.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union. Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
Well, Aroldis Chapman will be entering this World Series game number 7 with the Cubs on top of the Indians by a score of 6-3. Indians with a 2-out base runner here in the 8th. And Chapman, who made 20 pitches last night after helping save the Cubs season on Sunday night when Chapman came out of the bullpen and went 2 2/3 innings. Longest outing of his career, made 42 pitches that night. But again, it's game 7, and that's not going to matter tonight, as big and strong as this guy is. Plus, now they're only asking him for a 4-out save, which is a reduced load for Chapman to win this World Series. Has 1 save in 4 appearances, an ERA of 1.42. He's given up a run on 2 hits in 6 1/3. Striking out 9, walking 2. He has the triple-digit fastball, slider, and once in a while a changeup. Brandon Geyer, who pinched hit and stayed into play right field, will bat for the second time tonight. Singled his first time up. So Brandon Geyer with Jose Ramirez at first, bats with 2 down, Tribe down 3 in the 8th. Geyer takes outside a ball, 99 miles an hour. Chapman has had times even this year where command can be a problem, but we really haven't seen it in the Fall Classic. The pitch down at the knees, a strike. 1-1. He'll be a free agent. And you can imagine the kind of offers he's going to get. Now the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled off to the right into the club seats. A ball and 2 strikes on Geyer. That's the beauty with the Indians' trade of Andrew Miller. They still have Andrew Miller for 2 more years. Six to 3, Cubs lead it. Indians batting in the 8th, 2 down. Ramirez at first. Geyer awaiting the 1-2 pitch from Chapman. Here it comes. Way outside with the heat. 101 miles per hour. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Chapman will provide the power. If you square up a fastball, it'll jump out of here on a night like tonight. The 2-2. Swung on, drilled foul off to the right. A little bit of a breeze now blowing out toward right. It's been a delightful night. 69 degrees at game time. Well, this Indians portion of the crowd just longing for something to get fired up about again. The pitch. High. Boy, that's hard to lay off. A 99-mile-an-hour fastball that's a little high. This guy throws so hard. He's so big and strong, 6'4", 215, so he's releasing the ball that much closer to the plate. Man, the hitters just have just a microsecond to make a decision on whether to swing or not. Now the payoff pitch. Swung on, line shot up the alley in right center. It's a gamper. This should score a run. It'll go all the way to the warning track. It'll score. Ramirez from first. Geyer has an RBI double to right center. Boy, what a great swing. On a 3-2 fastball, Geyer didn't try to do too much and ripped an RBI double up the alley in right center. And the Indians now trail it 6-4. And Brandon Geyer has come off the bench and delivered a couple of base hits tonight. And the RBI for Brandon Geyer, his second in this World Series. And the tying run at the plate in Rajai Davis. So all of this with 2 outs and nobody on. The infield single by Jose Ramirez brought the call to the bullpen for Chapman. Here's Rajai Davis. He takes a little bit high. Ball 1. Chapman staring in. Davis, 2 ground outs and a fly out. Geyer at second base. 2 down in the 8th. 6-4 Cubs. The pitch. Swung on. Fouled out of play to the right. And the count, a ball and a strike. And Chapman pretty much sticking with the hard stuff. He's still in the upper 90s. Outfield for Rajai Davis. A little deeper than you normally see for Davis. The other way toward right. He chokes up about an inch or 2. The pitch. Swung on, fouled again to the right. 0-2. Just looking to square up a fastball like Brandon Geyer did. Base hit here would make it a 1-run game if he could get a base hit into the outfield. Geyer at second, 2 down. Cubs 6, Indians 4. It's been a struggle all night. The Indians playing catch-up from the first batter of the game. The 1-2 pitch. Outside by a little bit. 2-2. Well, the Indians are making Chapman work. He's thrown 6 strikes and 5 balls so far. Rajai Davis awaits the 2-2. Here it comes. A swing and a foul back. We'll do it again at 2-2. And I'm not trying to sound like your fairy godmother, but again, because Chapman throws so hard, if you can square up a fastball, he'll provide the juice, and it'll jump out of here tonight. You first have to square it up. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, foul down the right side. What an at-bat by Davis. 100-mile-an-hour fastball there. Still a 2-2 count. 2 outs. Geyer at second. 6-4. Cubs leading the Indians. Game 7 of what has been a classic World Series between two teams that have longed for that championship more years than any other two franchises in baseball. 68 years for the Indians, 108 years for the Cubs. Now the pitch. Swung on, line to deep left field. It is gone! You should see the celebration out of the Indians' third base dugout. Rajai Davis, a bullet, 2-run homer down the left field line, clearing the 19-foot wall. We are tied at 6. Here's Coco Crisp. Switch hitter batting right-handed. The set. The pitch. He shows bunt. It's outside. Ball 1. The most implausible comeback of the season. Now the 1-0 pitch. A swing and a line drive. Base hit to left. Coco Crisp, the go-ahead run at first. Chapman's given up a double, a homer, a single. Here's Yan Gomes. Who certainly has the power to put the Tribe on top. 6-6 in the 8th. The Cubs are stunned. Toss to first, Chris back standing. John Lester got the first 2 outs. Then an infield single by Jose Ramirez. Here comes pitching coach Chris Bosio. Listen to this place. Chris Bosio trying to settle Chapman down. Ramirez with a 2-out infield single. That's when Joe Madden went to Chapman. Brandon Geyer had an incredible at-bat and got a 2-out RBI double to right center on a 3-2 pitch that would score Ramirez from first. Rajai Davis, what an at-bat that he would have. And then blasted a 2-run homer down the left field line. And then Coco Crisp with a single. Here's Yan Gomes. The set. The pitch. Down low, ball 1. the Indians were down 5-1. They were down 6-3 with 2 outs, nobody on here in the 8th. Now the set. Now the throw to first, Coco back standing. And if you believe in the baseball gods, you would think they would smile on Yan Gomes considering all he's gone through this year. The 1-0. Down low, 2-0. Gomes with that separated shoulder. As he would miss half the year. Then when it was time to come back in his final minor league rehab appearance, they DH'd him so he wouldn't get hurt catching. He got hit by a pitch and broke his wrist. Now a chance to be a World Series hero. The pitch. Check swing. He went around 2-1. That might be the first slider we've seen from Chapman.
Well, and it's amazing. He's just tried to pump fastballs in there, and Indians hitters are on him. You look at miles per hour, but what about late life? Third day here out of 4 with a lot of pitches. Maybe not the late life.
6-6 in the 8th. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He went right back to that slider. 2-2. Well, as a hitter, you're gearing up for 100 miles an hour. Left-hander Travis Wood warming in the Cubs bullpen. Baseball, you wanted a classic. America, you're getting it. Game 7 tied at 6 in the 8th inning. Now the 2-2 delivery with 2 down. Runner goes, pitch swung on and missed. Gomes strikes out. Throw goes into center. Inning is over. So Gomes strikes out. But this place will erupt one more time. The Cleveland Indians have stormed back and scored 3 with 2 outs here in the 8th. The Cubs and Indians go to the 9th. We are tied at 6.
Since 1850, Folgers has woken up a lot of fans. So we know that every game matters. Because loyalty matters. And tradition matters. But no matter how this one ends, when you wake up tomorrow morning and pour some Folgers in your cup, the only game that matters is the next one. Folgers, the best part of waking up.
Living in Cleveland. You've got to work hard for what you get, because nothing is free. It's a matter of pride. From east side to west side and everywhere in between. At Liberty Ford, we share that pride. That's why many Clevelanders say,
this is my city, this is my car, and my dealership is Liberty Ford.
Liberty's in Solon, Maple Heights, Brunswick, Parma Heights, Vermillion, home.
Have you heard about how much power this new player is bringing to Progressive Field?
Oh, yeah, totally electric.
And check out this stat. 100% Green E certified wind energy from First Energy Solutions. Who knew a little breeze coming in from left field could make such a difference?
Well, that's more than a little breeze, my friend. That is cleaner, greener wind energy. And it's changing the game here at Progressive Field. The switch to a more sustainable ballpark is on.
Learn more at theswitchison.com.
This Thursday, November 3rd, is National Sandwich Day, so celebrate with a free sub at Subway. Just buy any sub and drink, and we'll give you a second sub totally and completely free, as in 0 extra money free. We'll also donate a meal to Feeding America for each sub purchased, and together, really make a difference. So this Thursday, stop into Subway to get a free sub and help make it the largest donation day in Feeding America history at Subway. Free sub with equal or lesser price. Participation may vary. Subway will donate the monetary equivalent of a meal. $1 helps provide 11 meals secured by Feeding America on behalf of local member food banks.
Well, folks, only in baseball can you get this kind of drama. Game 7 of the World Series. The Cubs were 4 outs away And you could sense maybe they weren't counting it down, but their fans in this ballpark were. And the Indians with 3 runs after 2 out in the 8th off Aroldis Chapman. And we've got a new game. 6-6 in the 9th. Catcher David Ross leads off. Cody Allen, 3rd inning of work. The wind and the pitch. And it's a little high, ball 1. How about Jake Arrieta, another Cubs starter, warming in their bullpen. John Lester tonight. Worked 3 innings, gave up 2 runs, 1 earned on 2 hits, struck out 4, walked 1. Ross shows bunt, pitched down and away, ball 2, 2-0. Well, the one thing that has been a problem for the Indians tonight, every time the Indians have scored, the Cubs have come back the very next inning and scored. Can the Cubs do it again? David Ross, solo homer to center, his only time up. He came on to catch when John Lester came in to pitch in the 5th. So the Cubs have 2 RBIs tonight from their catchers. Wilson Contreras started at an RBI double. A light rain is falling. Well, they told us it was coming. The 2-0 pitch, and it's high, ball 3, 3-0. And it's getting heavier. This is why a lot of us were shocked that this game was not moved up an hour like they had done earlier in this World Series. This rain was forecast, and it's come right on cue. 3-0 pitch. Ross takes, it's in there, called strike. 3-1 the count. And it's not a light rain anymore, it's getting heavier. And this is a shame. Now the wind by Cody Allen. Takes the deep breath, 3-1 pitch. High, ball 4. And how much longer are they going to play in this kind of rain? This is Game 7 of the World Series, 9th inning and a tie game. We'll get a pinch runner now for David Ross with a leadoff walk. Chris Coughlin is going to run for David Ross. Cubs have 3 catchers, Miguel Montero their other. Jason Hayward 0 for 3, the batter. In close at third, looking for a bunt is Ramirez. The set by Cody Allen. Now the pitch. Way outside, ball 1, and Cody Allen can't throw strikes, and Yan Gomes going out to the mound as Cody Allen's got to find it. And the Indians have had this dramatic comeback, and you can't turn around here and give it right back in the 9th inning without the Cubs earning it. Leadoff walk by Ross. He's now out of the game for the pinch runner Coughlin. Six in the 9th. Runner at first, nobody out. Now the rain has lightened up significantly. And the pitch to Jason Hayward. Outside again, and Cody Allen's missed on every pitch but one. Ryan Shaw warming in the Indians bullpen. Cody Allen, 2 strikeouts and a walk. So far he's worked an inning and 2/3. 6-6 game in the 9th. Drama in downtown Cleveland. Now Allen's ready in the pitch. There's the strike. 2-1 the count. Hayward's a dangerous hitter, and you might say, 7 home runs? He's very capable. He just has not had a good year, but this guy's been one of the better all-around outfielders in the game for a while. He didn't forget how to play. He's just had a tough time living up to that big contract, and that happens. Now the 2-1 pitch. Coughlin with his lead. Allen delivers. Swung on. Bounced foul through the first base coaching box. 2-2. packed house, 38,104. And they have seen one of the more dramatic comebacks in World Series history, considering who was on the mound for the Chicago Cubs in Aroldis Chapman. But now it's up to Cody Allen to give the Indians a chance to win the game in the bottom of the ninth. Coughlin edging off at first. The set. The 2-2 runner goes, pitch swung on, bounced toward first, foul. Cubs staying aggressive. And the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, you always hear players talk about it, and it's true. It seems like every little boy grows up in the backyard pretending to either get the game-winning strikeout or hit the game-winning home run in the 9th inning of Game 7 of the World Series. What little boy will deliver that as an adult tonight? The pitch swung on, a rocket foul down the right side. Boy, it almost picked off first base ump Chris Guccione. Hayward having a good at bat, and the count 2-2. Six tie, Game 7, 9th inning. Cubs with a runner on, still nobody out in the 9th. Cody Allen's made 28 pitches so far tonight. The right-hander's ready. Throw to first, diving back Coughlin. Pretty close play, but he got back safely. Yan Gomes now catching for the Indians. He came on a couple of innings ago. We'll see if the Cubs will test Gomes. Coughlin, during the regular season, had 1 stolen base. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, 9th inning. Cubs and Indians tied at 6 in Game 7. And the rain looks like it has stopped. Allen's pitch, swing and a foul. Oh, Hayward just did get a piece of it. You talk about excruciating drama, whether you're an Indians fan or a Cubs fan. Boy, this game has had it all here tonight. And this World Series that has captivated the country is giving baseball one of its finest send-offs ever to end a season. Now the 2-2 to Hayward. And before it's made, a throw to first, diving back safely is Coughlin. The last time the Indians played a Game 7, 19 years ago, they were on the other end of an incredible comeback by the Marlins. Allen's ready. Throw to first, diving back is Coughlin. Tonight, the Indians, with just a comeback for the ages in that 8th inning, what seemed to be a 2-out, harmless infield hit by Jose Ramirez off John Lester, who was brilliant tonight. Joe Madden, after that infield hit, went to Chapman. And Brandon Guyer got the RBI double, and then Rajay Davis, the 2-run homer down the left field line to tie it. Now the 2-2. Swung on, double play ball to second. Kipnis backhanded flip to second, 1. Hurdling Lindor. Got over Coughlin, but couldn't make a throw. That play took a little time to develop. Kipnis looked like he had a little trouble getting that ball out of his gloves, so they'll get the lead runner Coughlin. And Lindor wisely did not throw to first, trying to hurdle the sliding runner, and what you don't want to do there is throw the ball away. And Terry Francona may be coming out to ask, hey, was there maybe some movement there by the base runner Coughlin to interfere with shortstop Frankie Lindor in the way he went in to second base? because he didn't go into the bag. He went into Lindor, who was definitely wide of second base. And this is one of the new rules in baseball. And the umpires are going to put the headset on, and we're going to see if indeed what could be called here is the runner going out of the baseline into the runner with no intent to go into the bag. And you could call that, if they so deem it, a double play. And we shall see what happens here on this replay review from the crew in New York.
It's on the first several weeks of the season we saw it a lot.
And headsets come off. And it's a double play. They did say that the base runner was not sliding into the bag, but was sliding into Lindor. And now Joe Madden wants an explanation. Terry Francona's also coming out. Joe Madden's come out near the first base foul line. And we're waiting to find out what this is all about. No, they announced even here in the ballpark the call had been reversed, double play, but Hayward is going back to first base. Well, the umpire put his hand up to indicate an out. We knew that already. Well, Terry Francona's going to make a pitching change. So, I beg your pardon, folks. We were led to believe they'd reversed the call on the obvious out at second and called it a double play for the runner interfering with Lindor, but I don't quite know why the umpire would raise his hand as an out sign. We already knew he was out at second. But so be it. It stands as a fielder's choice. Hayward is at first. It is not a double play. That was bizarre. Brian Shaw's coming into the ballgame. We'll be back.
Yeah, your toilet's definitely clogged, but I think I found the problem. Sir, is this your action figure?
Yes. I sent him in to check out the pipes.
As a small business owner, you've got enough to deal with. Let the experts at Progressive insure your business so you can focus on more important things. With over 30 commercial auto and business coverage options, we'll build a plan that's right for you.
I got something else. Are these toy cars?
Had to send in backup.
Visit ProgressiveCommercial.com to get started. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union. Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
Well, right-hander Brian Shaw comes on to work for the Indians. Mid-90s cut fastball and slider. He'll take over here in the top of the ninth inning. Game 7 now tied. Indians and Cubs 6-6. Jason Hayward's at first with 1 out. Brian Shaw's 4th appearance in this World Series, has not given up a run in 3 2/3 innings, striking out 6, walking 2. He'll face the number 9 hitter, the right-handed hitting Javier Baez. 1 for 3, a solo homer to right center. And that home run in the 5th inning gave the Cubs a 4-1 lead. Cubs would score another run in the 5th and led 5-1. This game now tied at 6 here in the 9th. Righty-righty matchup. Shaw sets. Shaw fires. And it's a called strike on the outside corner. Baez doesn't like the call and has words with Sam Holbrook. Baez has tremendous power, but he's also a free swinger. You make a mistake, he'll hammer it. But you can get him to chase. He's struck out 12 times in 28 at-bats. Pitch bounces in there. What a block by Gomes to keep the ball in front of him and keep Hayward at first. Oh, what a play by Gomes. The go-ahead run is at first for the Cubs in the ninth with 1 out, 6-6. The World Series, by another name, is called the Fall Classic. This one has been one of the all-time classics. Hayward a threat to run. He had 11 steals in the regular season, 3 in the postseason. The pitch is up, ball 2, 2-1. Baez has played slightly the other way in the outfield toward right. The outfielder's fairly deep. Breeze blowing out toward right, much stronger now than at any point tonight. But the rain has stopped, at least for the time being. Hayward edging off a little further. Shaw's ready. He fires, and it's up again. Ball 3, 3-1, and Indians pitchers having trouble throwing strikes this inning. Cody Allen went 2 innings tonight. He did not allow a hit, walked a batter, struck out 2. He is responsible for the base runner. 6-6 in the ninth, 1 out, 1 on. The pitch, runner takes off, swing and a miss. Gomes bounces the throw to second, kicks into center. Hayward gets up, he's going to third. And now the go-ahead run 90 feet from home, and Gomes had another poor throw. A stolen base, and then a throwing error on Gomes as Kipnis tried to go down and block it, ricocheted off him into shallow left center, and how big a play is that for the Cubs? They stay aggressive, and now the Indians bring the infield in, and Terry Francona's bringing in Michael Martinez. So the Cubs have put the go-ahead run at third, and Michael Martinez is going to come in to play right field. Brandon Guyer will go to left, and you'll keep Davis in right. And if you're wondering why, it's because Coco Crisp does not have a good throwing arm, and you want to have a chance to throw somebody out at the plate. Now Baez, with a 3-2 count, is talking to his third base coach, Gary Jones. Cubs with their second stolen base tonight. Couple that with a throwing error by Gomes, and the go-ahead runs at third, and the Indians seem like they have played with their backs up against the wall here all night long. Shaw needs a strikeout. Indians bring the infield in. Game tied at 6 in the ninth. Hayward's at third. 1 down. The payoff pitch to Baez. He shows bunt and strikes out. He foul-tipped it, I do believe. What in the world was that? On a 3-2 bunt. And you did not see Hayward come charging down the line like it was a suicide squeeze. And he did foul it on the bunt. Wow. It goes as a strikeout. And that is out number 2, and it keeps the runner at third. Top of the order for Dexter Fowler. And remember, Baez went and physically talked to his third base coach. Fowler batting left-handed. The pitch, up high, a ball. And it was not a suicide squeeze because you did not see Hayward coming down the line at a breakneck speed where you have to get the ball in play as the bunter. The 1-0 pitch. Inside, ball 2, 2-0. That was absolutely stunning on a 3-2 pitch.
And a good hitter, too. Someone who's had a decent night at the plate. Surprising.
Fowler's had a good night. 3 for 4. Started the game with solo homer to center. The pitch. Swung on, base hit, back up the middle, or is it? Lindor behind second. Has it! Throws him out! From center field! A liner back up the middle. Somehow Lindor got to it on a bounce in shallow center. And he threw out Fowler. Well, folks, are the Indians Destiny's Child? Bottom of the ninth is coming up. 6-6.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Sometimes the best seats in the house are above it. In college football, that's the Goodyear blimp. And for more than 60 years, we've seen what it takes to be worthy. It takes toughness, dedication, and perseverance. Because seasons aren't measured by wins and losses, but by heart. Some call it hard work, determination, or grit. We call it blimp-worthy. Goodyear, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
Well, here we go, folks. The Indians had 11 walk-off wins in the regular season. Why not make it a dozen and win a championship? Tribe 6, Cubs 6, bottom of the ninth. Aroldis Chapman is still on. Miguel Montero now catching. Chapman gave up the 3 runs in the 8th. Top of the order, Carlos Santana, switch hitter, batting right-handed. He is 1 for 3 with an RBI single. Cubs using their 3rd different catcher. Travis Wood, the left-hander, warming in the pen. The pitch to Santana. And it's a slider and a good one. Strike 1 called. And Chapman has gone to way more sliders. The next delivery. Down low. Off speed again. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Indians scored 3 times with 2 down in the 8th to tie it at 6. Bottom of the 9th, the pitch. And it's low again, 2-1. If you're wondering, Carlos Santana had a walk-off game-winning homer back on June 17th against the White Sox. Nate Jones. Rajai Davis with a 2-run homer down the left field line in the 8th inning to tie it after Brandon Geyer's RBI double pulled the Indians to within 2. Now the 2-1 pitch. Way outside, 3-1, and you wonder now about Aroldis Chapman, the amount of work he's had to put in Sunday night, last night, and now in Game 7. And how rattled is his confidence level? The pitch. That's in there, a strike. Santana started for first. Full count. For Chapman, that's his get-me-over fastball at 97 miles per hour. Full count on Santana. Chapman, he's ready. The payoff pitch. A swing and a high fly ball, shallow left. Zobrist is in, 1 down. Now Jason Kipnis. He is 1 for 4 with a single. One of the things that players always have to be wary of is trying to win this game with one swing of the bat and maybe get a little out of their zone. 6 runs on 10 hits for each club. Cubs led this game 5-1 in the 5th. Cubs led this game 6-3 in the 8th. The pitch, and it's in there, called strike on a slider. Kipnis with 2 World Series home runs, 4 in the postseason. Chapman's pitch, checked on a slider outside, 1-1. And Chapman's gone away from just nothing but fastballs, as he just tried to throw the ball by the Indians last inning, and now, since it's been tied up, he's throwing a lot more sliders. The 1-1. Swung on, line drive, deep right, down the line it goes, foul. And the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, I am guessing right now in Northeast Ohio, nobody is sitting. They're not sitting here at the corner of Carnegie and Ontario. And I'm guessing they're not sitting in homes, restaurants, and bars all over Northeast Ohio. What a ball game. 1 out in the 9th. 6-6 tie. Kipnis awaiting the 1-2. Here it comes. Checked on a pitch outside, 2-2. Thing about Chapman, he's throwing his slider in the upper 80s. Aroldis Chapman. From the third base side of the rubber, sets, delivers. And it's high, full count. Isn't this something? Aroldis Chapman had not given up a home run since joining the Chicago Cubs, either in the regular season or the postseason, until Rajai Davis tied it with a 2-out, 2-run bullet down the left field line in the 8th inning, as catcher Miguel Montero goes out to talk to Chapman. And for the Cubs, Chapman has been Mr. Invincible until tonight.
And Joe Madden said at the start of the series, though, someone asked him, would you use him like Miller? And he said, that's not his comfort zone. He's ended up trying to use him like Miller, and it may be catching up with him now.
Full count on Kipnis. The set. The pitch. Swung on, fouled back. Another terrific at-bat. And the Indians have had really good at-bats tonight. And again, the beauty of this game, we've talked about it in baseball here, especially the last few years. You just don't have the dramatic come-from-behind wins anymore because the good teams' bullpens are so dominant. Well, tonight, even Andrew Miller and Aroldis Chapman have proven, hey, they're human. They get hit once in a while. Now the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He got Kipnis on the heat. 2 down in the 9th. Second strikeout for Chapman. And now Frankie Lindor, switch hitter, batting left-handed. He is 0 for 4 tonight. He'll bat right-handed. He's batted left-handed twice tonight. Reached on an air flied out. Right-handed, he has struck out, grounded out. So batting right-handed, Lindor bats with 2 down in the 9th against the lefty Chapman. 6-6 tie in Game 7. The pitch. Swung on a little weak fly ball, shallow right. Hayward's calling for it. And why not? This classic World Series can't end in 9 innings. Another light rain begins to descend upon Progressive Field, and Game 7 will have extra innings. Indians, Cubs, tied at 6.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we offer a full range of credit cards that reward you for spending smartly, like our Cash Rewards card, which gives you 1.5% cash back on qualifying purchases, our Flagship Rewards card that lets you redeem travel points on any airline anytime, and the Versatile Go Rewards card that gives you the option to use points toward merchandise, travel, or cash back. Visit NavyFederal.org for details and start getting rewarded for spending smartly today. Open to everyone in the Armed Forces, the DoD, and their families. Navy Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
A can-do attitude can do a lot. And with an extra $20 in your pocket, they can do even more. Thanks to AutoZone Rewards, when you spend $20 5 times, you'll earn a $20 reward. It's the easiest way to get rewarded for tackling the jobs on your to-do list. So you can turn those brake jobs, oil jobs, and adding 500 watts of bass to your stereo system jobs into done jobs. Sign up today so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Turn down that radio.
Ignoring hearing loss can lead to arguments, misunderstandings, loss of connection, even depression and dementia. If you're ready to address your hearing loss and live life to the fullest, the MD Hearing Aid Air is an FDA-registered hearing aid that will save you thousands of dollars compared to traditional hearing aids. With prices starting under $350, the doctor-designed Air is lightweight and nearly invisible. With the Air, you'll understand every word, with no annoying whistling or background noise. And the 3 sound settings put you in control. You select the best setting for your surroundings. Call 1-800-263-5075. Best of all, you can try it 100% risk-free in your own home for 45 days. Call right now and you'll also get free shipping and a year's worth of free batteries, a $50 value. Call MD Hearing Aid at 1-800-263-5075. Satisfaction guaranteed. That's 1-800-263-5075.
Brian Shaw will stay on to work here in the 10th inning. Rain getting heavier, and now the grounds crew is rolling the tarp out. Looking at the radar, there's just it seems to be a little bit of rain in the area, and it looks like it could be over shortly, but that's based on the iPhone. And so the Indians and the Cubs are going to have a rain delay. It is raining, but we certainly played in rain harder than this, but maybe what the radar people that know what they're talking about and the weather people are telling the 2 clubs and the umpiring crew that you better put the tarp down for a little bit. So the Indians and the Cubs, in a true classic in this 2016 World Series, have to play extra innings to decide who's going to be the champion of baseball. The Indians and the Cubs tied at 6. As here in the 10th inning, Brian Shaw, who got the final 2 outs in the 9th, is going to be facing the Cubs' 3 best hitters, Schwarber, Bryant, and Rizzo. And as we speak, the rain is still falling, and the tarp is down, and well, this was in the forecast here for the last couple of days, and Major League Baseball decided not to move the start time up an hour like the ball game was moved up here in Cleveland when we talked about Game 2. And, well, now we're dealing with rain in Game 7 in the 10th inning in a 6-6 tie. And let's take this time out.
AutoZone presents Peak Performance. Maximizing fuel economy, engine life, and overall engine performance doesn't take a lot thanks to fuel treatment and fluids from AutoZone. And right now, buy one 5.25-ounce Lucas Fuel System treatment and get one free. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 5,000 locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner, so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Limited time only. Restrictions and details in store.
At Subway, now you can get that day after Thanksgiving taste without having to wait until the day after Thanksgiving. Introducing the new carved turkey and bacon sandwich at Subway, made with our new delicious, thick-cut, all-white meat oven-roasted turkey that contains no artificial preservatives and topped with sizzling applewood smoked bacon and cheese. Try the new carved turkey and bacon sandwich today. Subway, fresh is what we do. Sandwiches prepared in front of you.
This Thursday, November 3rd, is National Sandwich Day, so celebrate with a free sub at Subway. Just buy any sub and drink, and we'll give you a second sub totally and completely free, as in zero extra money free. We'll also donate a meal to Feeding America for each sub purchased, and together, really make a difference. So this Thursday, stop into Subway to get a free sub and help make it the largest donation day in Feeding America history at Subway. Free sub with equal or lesser price. Participation may vary. Subway will donate the monetary equivalent of the meal. $1 helps provide 11 meals secured by Feeding America on behalf of local member food banks.
And the Indians and the Cubs hoping to start the 10th inning. If Game 7, that is now tied at 6 after the Indians' dramatic 2-out, 3-run rally in the bottom of the 8th inning, a rally that started with a Jose Ramirez single off John Lester, and then Aroldis Chapman was called upon, and Brandon Guyer on a 3-2 pitch got an RBI double. And then Rajay Davis with a great at-bat hit a 2-run homer down the left field line that got over the 19-foot wall off Chapman to tie this game at 6. And then neither team scored in the 9th. And here in the 10th inning before it could start, the tarp was put down. Tarp is still down. It is barely raining right now, but we've got a stoppage of play, and let's go downstairs, see if Andre Knott has heard anything.
I went down to talk to Brandon and the rest of the crew, so I'm a little out of breath because I ran for you. They said stay close. It's not going to be too long. I think this is going to pass. They think it's just going to be a couple minutes, up to 5-10 minutes, and hopefully we can get back to baseball once we get the tarp off the field.
Okay.
That's the latest that I have. Don't hold me to it. But the guys, they've kept the guys down here next to the tarp, Hammy. They're looking, and they think this is going to pass quickly. They just didn't want it to come down too hard and ruin the field, basically.
All righty. Thank you, Andre.
You got it.
So there you have it, Andre Knott from down below. The Indians and the Cubs tied at 6 runs apiece here in the 10th inning, and this incredible World Series that has captivated the country between the Indians and the Cubs has, I'm sure, got people buzzing again here tonight in one of the all-timers in Game 7. A game that looked like the Cubs, no matter what the Indians would throw at them, were always able to bounce back and stay in control of this game. Dexter Fowler led off the ballgame with a solo homer to center off Corey Kluber, as Corey Kluber had only given up 1 run in 2 starts against the Cubs in this World Series. The Indians would tie it in the 3rd on a Coco Crisp double and an RBI single by Carlos Santana. Indians had an opportunity to have a big inning thanks to a Javier Baez error, but with 2 on and 1 out, the Indians couldn't do any more damage. Then in the 4th, the Cubs would take a 3-1 lead on an Addison Russell sac fly and an RBI double by Wilson Contreras, and the Cubs led the Indians 3-1 in the 4th. The Cubs would knock Corey Kluber out of this game in the 5th inning when Javier Baez led it off with a solo homer to right center, and that gave the Cubs a 4-1 lead. On came Andrew Miller, and for the first time, really since the Indians acquired him from the New York Yankees, Andrew scuffled here tonight as the Cubs would score 2 off Andrew Miller in 2 1/3 innings. Anthony Rizzo had an RBI single off Miller in the 5th to make it 5-1. However, the Indians bizarrely got back into the game in the bottom of the 5th inning, and again they did it with 2 outs, nobody on. The Indians have scored 5 runs tonight when they were in situations that started with 2 outs, nobody on. In the 5th inning, Carlos Santana drew a 2-out walk. Joe Madden pulled Kyle Hendricks, who started and pitched well tonight, but that was all, as he would go to fellow starter John Lester, who pitched the Cubs to the win to keep their season alive on Sunday night at Wrigley. Jason Kipnis would hit a little squibber, maybe 15 to 18 feet down the third baseline at best. The catcher, David Ross, who was brought on because he's Lester's personal pitcher, or personal catcher. Ross, the catcher, grabbed it, spun, fired to first. Kipnis collided with Rizzo. The ball went down the right field line and out of play, and that put Santana at third, and Kipnis on at second on the infield hit and throwing error. Then with Frankie Lindor at the plate, John Lester uncorked a wild pitch that kicked off Ross, and he literally fell over in the home plate area, and the ball ricocheted to Ross's right to the backstop. By the time he got up and got to that ball, not only had Santana scored, but Kipnis beat the throw by Ross to the pitcher Lester covering with a head-first slide at home plate, and the Indians had come back into the game trailing it 5-3. Then in the sixth inning, David Ross hit a solo homer off Andrew Miller to center. And once again, after the Indians had scored, the Cubs had come right back the next inning and answered, and that made it 6-3. Lester was outstanding, as the Indians just couldn't get anything going against him. And Lester had worked 3 innings of shutout baseball when in the 8th inning, with 2 down, Jose Ramirez got the infield single, and that was all for Lester. Joe Madden, with 2 down, would go to Aroldis Chapman, and Chapman had a great battle with Brandon Guyer, but then Brandon Guyer would deliver on a 3-2 pitch, and Brandon Guyer would hit the RBI double to right center to make it a 6-4 ball game. Then another terrific battle would ensue between Aroldis Chapman and Rajai Davis, and Davis fouled off a number of 2-strike pitches and then belted a 2-run homer down the left field line that just did clear the 19-foot wall, and Chapman had given up his first home run as a Chicago Cub, either in the postseason or the regular season, and the Indians had a stunning 3-run rally and had tied this ball game up at 6. Neither team would score in the 9th, and now here in the 10th inning with Brian Shaw, the Indians' 4th pitcher to work tonight, ready to face Kyle Schwarber, Chris Bryant, and Anthony Rizzo. The rain came, the tarp came out, but now the tarp has already been peeled off the infield. They'll roll it up out in left center and put it on the cylinder. The rest of the grounds crew doing some work around the home plate area. And now they're telling us we're not going to play again until 12:15. 9 minutes from now, in a ball game that is tied 6-6 here in the 10th inning, with the Cubs getting ready to bat with Schwarber, Bryant, and Rizzo due to face Brian Shaw. So Corey Kluber went 4 innings tonight, gave up 4 runs. Andrew Miller went 2 1/3, gave up 2. Cody Allen worked 2 shutout innings. So far, Brian Shaw has worked 2/3 of a scoreless inning. For the Cubs, Kyle Hendricks, the starter, went 4 2/3, gave up 2 runs, 1 earned. John Lester ends up working 3, and he pitched better than his numbers would indicate. He gave up 2 runs, only 1 was earned. And Aroldis Chapman, so far for the Cubs, Chapman has worked an inning and a third and has given up 2 runs. So there you have it, a kind of a recap of this Game 7, which is now tied 6-6 as we're still waiting for play to resume here in the 10th inning. And, Rosie, it just seemed like a night where the Indians just finally were showing the impact of the injuries, in particulars, as much as it hurt losing Michael Brantley all year, to not have 2 starters in Carrasco and Salazar for this postseason. Kind of felt like tonight, maybe tonight and last night, caught up to the Indians a little bit, and yet this resilient bunch found a way to tie it up in the 8th.
You thought of it, a series went long. That's where it might be exposed a little bit more. In this one, every bit as long as it could be at 7 games. They managed to finish off the first 2 series quickly, so they didn't have to go that deep into it. But this one going long, it certainly did seem like there was some wear down on the part of Corey Kluber tonight, and even Andrew Miller to some extent with the amount of work that he has had. But, man, this team, resiliency that's that watchword. Terry Francona talked about it in his pregame presser today. They asked him one word to describe this team that he's so fond of, and he said resiliency, and we saw it again tonight so far.
Well, the tarp has been rolled up, and they're telling us roughly a 12-15 restart, but obviously now Brian Shaw's going to get some time to warm up again, and the Indians are coming back out onto the field, so we may actually start this game a little bit quicker than 12-15. It would make no sense to keep waiting. And because you don't know when more rain might be coming in this area. So this is Game 7 of the World Series, and the Indians and the Cubs are tied at 6 runs apiece. You hate to have any kind of a stoppage in a game that has been this intense and this dramatic. Maybe if nothing else, it allowed fans to catch their breath, because this has been some kind of drama here in downtown Cleveland, as Brian Shaw and Yan Gomes will start to play catch, and the Indians bringing out their infielders to play catch as well. And both ball clubs are sending their respective pitchers back out to the bullpens. If you're wondering about the Indians situation, well, bullpen-wise, they've used Miller, Allen, and now Shaw. They've been their top 3 guys, but they have everybody else available. The Cubs, this is a ball club that under Joe Madden, certainly here in this World Series, he has lost faith in almost everybody in his bullpen except Chapman, which is why he used his starter John Lester tonight for 3 innings. And before the rain came, he had another starter, Jake Arrieta, warming up. But right now the Cubs bullpen is quiet. Right-hander Dan Otero is warming in the Indians bullpen. And this is going to be a minefield that Brian Shaw is going to try to navigate here in the 10th. The 3 most dangerous Cubs hitters will bat consecutively, and Kyle Schwarber, Chris Bryant, and Anthony Rizzo. And I think, Rosie, the one thing we've seen again in postseason baseball, and especially this World Series, momentum can change with one pitch, no matter what has happened the rest of the series.
It doesn't matter who scores. The other team comes back and scores seemingly in the next inning tonight, and it's been fascinating and fun to watch.
Here's Kyle Schwarber ready to step back in as we resume play. It's now November 3rd. Kyle Schwarber, the dangerous Cubs DH, left-handed hitter, 2 for 4, 2 singles. Indians shift 3 to the right side of the infield. Outfield deep and around toward right. Shaw's pitch. It's high. Ball 1. 17-minute rain delay. Why not? This World Series has had everything else. 6-6, 10th inning, Game 7. The 1-0 pitch to Schwarber. And he swings, hits a shot into right by the diving Kipnis into right field. Right fielder, Michael Martinez. I tell you, even when the Indians shift and put 3 on the right side, they still can't keep Schwarber from getting base hits. The Indians have used up all of their position players, and now the Cubs are going to use another pinch runner in Albert Almora. We'll see if they try to steal. They have 1 bench player left. That is Soler. So Schwarber lifted after the leadoff single in the 10th. Here's Chris Bryant. Righty-righty matchup. Shaw's pitch. And it's outside and low. Ball 1. Obviously, these next 2 guys, you can't make mistakes to. Bryant, tonight, 1 for 3, a single, a walk, 2 runs scored. Overall this year, 42 homers between postseason and the regular season. The pitch, fouled it straight back. Shaw came in on him. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cubs have 6 runs on 11 hits. The Indians 6 runs on 10 hits. 3 errors for the Cubs, 1 for the Indians. Tribe is stranded 6, the Cubs 4. The pitch, swung on, fouled off again to the right. Again jamming him. 1-2 the count on Bryant. Bryant has tremendous power the opposite way, so he loves to get those arms extended. Brian Shaw, what a run he has had as one of the best setup men in the American League for 4 years with the Tribe. Now the pitch, a little bit high, 2-2. Shaw was part of that trade between the Indians, Arizona, and the Reds, involving Trevor Bauer, Shin-Soo Choo, and a host of others. Trying to get the Indians back into the dugout with a chance to win it in walk-off fashion in the bottom of the 10th. Throw to first, Almora back with a dive. Almora did not have a steal all year. Now, he's not in there because he's a base stealer, but he's in there because Kyle Schwarber and his knee, he obviously doesn't run like he once did until that knee is completely rebuilt from a strength standpoint. The pitch swung on, hit high in the air to deep center. Davis back on the track, near the wall, makes the catch. 1 stride in front of the wall. Tagging and going to second is Almora. So the go-ahead run now at second. That's pretty good base running by Albert Almora, as Bryant nearly hit one out of here just to the right of center. And now with Almora at second, pitching coach Mickey Callaway out of the dugout, and they'll all meet at the mound with the dangerous Anthony Rizzo at the plate. And the question here is going to be, what do you do with Anthony Rizzo? Because arguably the Cubs' toughest out bats after Rizzo and Ben Zobrist. So here we go. Cubs have the go-ahead run at second. Remember, in the 9th inning, after the Indians had tied it in such dramatic fashion in the 8th, Cubs had the go-ahead run at third with 1 out. And on a 3-2 pitch, Javier Baez tried to bunt with a runner at third and bunted it foul. That's a strikeout. Then Fowler looked like he had a base hit up the middle to give the Cubs the lead, and somehow Lindor got to it in shallow center on 1 hop and threw out Fowler. The Indians will walk Anthony Rizzo. Tonight, Rizzo 1 for 3 with an RBI single. Ben Zobrist, a switch hitter, waits on deck. And Zobrist, of course, we've talked about him all World Series, how good he has been for the Cubs. He was a big-time acquisition after he helped the Royals win it all last October. Signed the contract with the Cubs as a free agent. So, ball 4 about to be delivered to Rizzo, and he almost threw it in an area that Rizzo could have swung at. But he didn't, and so the walk is completed. So Almora, the pinch runner, he is at second base. Rizzo is at first base. 1 out, Cubs batting, 10th inning, game tied at 6. And Ben Zobrist, 0 for 4, switch hitter batting left-handed. And such a clutch hitter. Zobrist digs in the pitch, and it's high, and it's spun him out of there. Up and in, ball 1. Rain has stopped. Place is packed. It's been vibrating all night. But Indians fans have reclaimed the park. 6-6 in the 10th. Cubs at first and second, one down. Shaw's ready. Here it comes. And it's in there, a strike on the cut fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brian Shaw's ready. Now the 1-1 delivery. Zobrist taking strike 2. Knee high to the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Zobrist. Elmore at second. Rizzo at first. One down. The pitch fouled off to the left. That was a stay alive swing by Zobrist to pitch away, and he just flicked at it, fought it off. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Boy, you talk about pressure. Every pitch Brian Shaw makes, he knows the season is hanging in the balance. Shaw, long look in. Now he's ready. The 1-2 delivery. Swung on, smashed to third base, hit down the line, headed toward the corner. Cubs take the lead. Elmore scores. Rizzo into third, into second. Zobrist leaping in the air, jumps on the bag as the Cubs are back on top, 7-6. And Zobrist shot it down the third base line, an RBI double to put the Cubs back on top, 7-6 here in the 10th. And now the Cubs trying to once again separate themselves and have a big inning. Zobrist with his second RBI in this World Series. Now, we told you, he is one tough out. And now Addison Russell will be intentionally walked to load the bases with 1 out in the 10th. 7-6 Cubs. And imperative, some way, somehow, that Brian Shaw can find a way to keep it 7-6. The on-deck hitter will be Miguel Montero. It would be his first at bat, the third catcher used by the Cubs tonight. So the bases are loaded for the Cubs. Second intentional walk in the inning. The Indians have to bring the infield in. They can't fall any further back. And this is dangerous here as well, because it really opens up a lot of territory for a hitter to bounce a ball through. Bases loaded. Rizzo at third, Zobrist at second, Russell at first. 1 out. Cubs lead 7-6, 10th inning. Miguel Montero, left-handed hitter in first at bat. Brian Shaw, pitch number 30 to Montero. And it's a little bit high, ball 1. Dan Otero is ready if needed in the Indians bullpen. Cubs already have 1 grand slam in this World Series. Shaw's pitch, swing, and a tamper to the mound, but it was off the foot of Montero. Foul ball makes it a 1-1 count. Montero in this World Series is 0 for 3. In this postseason, 1 for 11, but it was a grand slam. Left-handed hitter who in the regular season, Montero, batted .216, 8 homers, 33 RBIs. Infield in, bases loaded, 1 out. Cubs back up a run in the 10th. The set, the pitch. Swung on, ground ball, base hit into left. That'll score Rizzo. Everybody else moves up 1. And that's what happens with the infield in. Cubs up 8-6. Montero with an RBI single. His first hit in the World Series. And the Cubs tacking on more. now lead 8-6, and they're still loaded with one out. Zobrist to third, Russell to second, Montero to first, and Terry Francona is going to make another pitching change. We'll be right back.
AutoZone presents Peak Performance. Maximizing fuel economy, engine life, and overall engine performance doesn't take a lot thanks to fuel treatment and fluids from AutoZone. And right now, buy one 10-ounce Gum Out Regain Complete Fuel System Cleaner and get one free. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 5,000 locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner, so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Limited time only. Restrictions and details in store.
If you think there's nothing new in luxury vehicles, think again. During Jaguar Solon's 25th anniversary event, lease the stunning new 2017 Jaguar XE Sports Sedan for just $299 per month. Performance, luxury, and Jaguar's best-in-class Elite Care scheduled maintenance, all for just $299 per month. From your sense of style to your sense of adventure, Jaguar Solon has you covered. Visit davisautomotive.com today for details. 33-month lease with $47.50 due at signing, plus tax, title, license, and dock fees. 10,000 allowable miles per year, 25 cents thereafter. Offer ends 11/30/16.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union. Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
Well, here's the surprise. Trevor Bauer is coming on to pitch for the Indians as the Chicago Cubs have reclaimed the lead and now have an 8-6 advantage over the Indians here in the 10th inning. And the Cubs still have bases loaded, still only one out. Bauer started the ball game, the first elimination game the Cubs survived on Sunday night, Game 5. Cubs won it 3-2. Bauer gave up all 3 runs in that 4th inning. He would work 4 innings. So Terry Francona feeling like with Jason Hayward at the plate, I need somebody that can give me a strikeout. Thus Bauer summoned. Infield in. Cubs have scored 2. They lead 8-6 here in the 10th. The batter, Jason Hayward, 0 for 4. Bauer sets, fires. Hayward fouling it at the plate, a strike. Bauer's had obviously a tough postseason, including the drone injury. In this World Series, he's 0-2, 2 starts, ERA 5.87, and the Cubs batting .364 against Bauer. But he does have the ability to get a strikeout, and boy, do the Indians need it here. Infield in, bases loaded, Cubs with 1 out. Have scored twice this inning on an RBI double by Ben Zobrist and an RBI single by Miguel Montero. 8-6 Cubs. The set. The pitch. A swing and a miss on a ball that bounced in there. And Hayward chased it. And 0-2 the count. Like to tell you what that pitch is, but since it was about 4 feet in front of home plate, I have no idea. Boy, would this be mammoth if Bauer can get a strikeout. 8-6 Cubs, bases loaded, one down, 10th inning. Game 7 of a World Series Classic. Bauer's ready, here it comes. Swung on, fouled upstairs, will do it again at 0-2. Nobody throwing in either bullpen right now. I don't know if that's an indication that Aroldis Chapman will come on and work the bottom of the 10th. He's already been on for parts of 2 innings tonight. Bauer's ready. The 0-2 pitch. Check swing, did he go? Pitch was low. He went around on the appeal at third. Marvin Hudson raises the right arm. And a mammoth strikeout, and again, Hayward chased a pitch that bounced in there. And that's out number 2. Well, you talk about Bauer coming on with no margin for error. Bases loaded. And, of course, Bauer sometimes has command issues. No place to put anybody. And he got the strikeout. Now he's got to get Javier Baez to try and give the Indians at least a striking shot at another dramatic comeback in the bottom of the 10th when it'll be Napoli, Ramirez, and Geyer. Here's the set, and now time called. 8th man to bat this inning, Javier Baez. Baez tonight, 1 for 4, solo homer to right center. Cubs all over the joint. Bases loaded, 2 down, 8-6 Cubs in the 10th. Now the set. Now the pitch. Inside, ball 1. And this is where Bauer must throw strikes and not let the Cubs stretch it out any further. Easier said than done when it's Game 7 of the World Series. Now the set and the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. One changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike. Carl Edwards Jr., the lanky right-hander with a great arm, is warming in the Cubs bullpen. Whether that means anything or not, we'll have to wait until the bottom of the 10th to find out. Bauer a long look in. He sets. Now the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball up and in. 1-2. Bauer 1 strike away from entering an almost impossible situation, or so it would seem. Bases loaded, 1 out, and the Cubs already having scored twice, and Bauer knowing he can't afford for this to get any further away from the Indians. He's ready. He lets it fly. And Javier Baez checks on a curve in the dirt. Almost went around but didn't. Another good block by Yan Gomes, keeping it in front of him. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 8 runs, 13 hits for the Cubs. 6 runs, 10 hits for the Indians. 10th inning. The set by Bauer and the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, straightaway center. Rajay Davis will put it away. What a job by Trevor Bauer. He's given the club a chance. Bases loaded, 1 out. He got Hayward and Baez, and nobody else scored. But the Cubs have reclaimed the lead. So the Indians, one more time, trying to pull out another dramatic rally. Cubs on top of the Tribe, 8-6. We go to the bottom of the 10th.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Live every postseason moment with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. It's the only place to get it all. Live radio feeds, video highlights, pitch tracking, StatCast, and much, much more. Download At Bat today.
Big swings come in small packages. The National MLB Junior Home Run Derby, where kids from across the country earn the chance to compete in the finals and be crowned champion at the 2017 All-Star Week in Miami. Find out more at jrhrd.com.
This is the sound of everyday engine threats like gunk, wear, and corrosion, unleashing their wrath on your engine. Now, this is the sound of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline, providing the best total engine protection you can get. Period. Think all premium fuels are the same? Think again. Choose Shell V-Power Nitro Plus today.
Hear that? That's the sound of you creating your own destiny. While others are waiting in line for brunch, you're spending Saturday in the garage. Because you went to AdvanceAutoParts.com, ordered a platinum battery with a 3-year replacement warranty, and picked it up in-store just 30 minutes later. Now, installing a battery isn't an all-day job, but what the brunch crowd doesn't know won't hurt it. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road. Visit AdvanceAutoParts.com to learn more.
Carl Edwards Jr. worked a third of an inning last night, and he'll come on in the bottom of the 10th. The Cubs once again 3 outs away from their first World Series championship since 1908. And it's now in the hands of the lanky right-hander, who's appearing in his his third World Series game. He's 0-1, giving up a run in 2 innings of work. Carl Edwards Jr. facing Mike Napoli. Edwards throws upper 90s, fastball curve change, wind, pitch, and a fastball strike. Aroldis Chapman could get the win tonight, even though he suffered the blown save. Chapman gave up 2 runs on 3 hits in an inning and a third. The next offering, up high, ball 1, 1-1. In this postseason, Edwards is 0-1 with a 1.59 ERA in 7 postseason appearances. Now the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, hit foul down the right side, a ball and 2 strikes. In the regular season, Edwards was used 36 times. He had a record of 0-1, ERA 3.75. Regular season, he struck out 52 in 36 innings. Now his 1-2 pitch. Up high, ball 2, 2-2. 96 miles an hour. Mike Napoli tonight, 0 for 4. Outfield spread out fairly deep. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased one away. Napoli has struck out. 1 down in the 10th. The Indians are down to their last 2 outs. Jose Ramirez, switch hitter, batting left-handed. 2 for 4 with a couple of singles. 8 runs, 13 hits for the Cubs. 6 runs, 10 hits for the Indians. The Indians tied the game in the 8th with 3 runs after there were 2 men out off Aroldis Chapman. Edwards kicks, fires, and it's in there, a strike. Well, this young man is certainly not showing any nerves. He's another guy that came from the Texas Rangers in a package that they got from Matt Garza. The next delivery, swung on, line toward right, down the line, foul. 2 strikes on Ramirez. Edwards is listed at 6'3", 170. He's just 25 years of age. Biggest game of his life. Now the wind and 0-2 pitch. Outside, a curveball, didn't miss by much. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Indians down 2, 1 out, nobody on, 10th inning. The next delivery. Down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Indians looking for a spark one more time. Now time called by Jose Ramirez. Two and two the count. The next offering. Swung on, bounced up the middle, behind second. The shortstop Russell has it, throws, gets him by a step. And the Cubs are 1 out away from ending a 108-year drought. Last World Series championship, 1908, as the Cubs won back-to-back World Series in 1907 and 1908. And now the Indians are down to their last out. But so far tonight, that's when the Indians have been their most dangerous. 2 outs, nobody on. In the 5th, the Indians scored 2. 2 outs, nobody on. Indians tied it with 3 in the 8th. Here's Brandon Guyer. First pitch to him. Curved down in the dirt, ball 1. Guyer's come off the bench and had a big night. Singled as a pinch hitter in the 6th. Had that classic at bat against Chapman in the 8th. Had a 2-out RBI double. Then scored on the game-tying homer by Rajai Davis. The pitch. Checked on a pitch low again, 2-0. Two teams so evenly matched, they had to play extra innings in Game 7. Edwards is ready. Now the 2-0 delivery. Down low, ball 3. Miguel Montero wants to go out. He may feel like Edwards is trying to overthrow right now. He's never been on the mound in this situation before. In fact, the last time somebody was on the mound in this situation for the Cubs was 1908. So, who could blame the kid for maybe trying to do too much? Three 3-0 the count on Guyer. This is one time an Indians hitter won't swing 3-0. 8-6 Cubs in the 10th. The pitch. And it's a knee-high strike. 3-1. Rajai Davis hoping to get one more crack. He waits on deck. Now the 3-1 pitch. Low, ball 4, and the Indians bring the tying run to the plate. The 36-year-old Rajai Davis. First season ever that he would lead the American League or any league in stolen bases. And now pitching coach Chris Bosio heads to the mound. Indians trail the Cubs 8-6. Indians with a runner at first, 2 down in the 10th. But again, this is how it started in the 5th. 2 outs, nobody on. A walk, a single, an error, and a wild pitch played at 2. 2 outs, nobody on in the 8th. A single, an RBI double, and Rajai Davis's 2-run homer down the left field line off Aroldis Chapman would stun the Cubs and tie this game at 6. Can Davis respond one more time? Rajai Davis had 12 homers in the regular season. He had not had a postseason home run until the 8th. Righty-righty matchup. The set, the pitch, runner goes. Pitch is taken low, ball 1. Indifference as Guyer was not being held. So the Indians have a runner at second base with 2 down. Cubs lead 8-6 here in the 10th. Game 7. Edwards is ready. The 1-0. Swung on line drive, base hit center field. Geyer's coming around. He'll score. It's an 8-7 ball game. And Rajay Davis has 3 RBIs in his last 2 at-bats. And the Indians refuse to go home. They have never quit all season long. Would you expect anything else in Game 7? Now it's an 8-7 ball game, and Joe Maddon's going to make a pitching change. We'll be back.
AutoZone presents Peak Performance. Maximizing fuel economy, engine life, and overall engine performance doesn't take a lot thanks to fuel treatment and fluids from AutoZone. And right now, buy one 10-ounce Gum Out Regain Complete Fuel System Cleaner and get one free. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 5,000 locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner, so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Limited time only. Restrictions and details in store.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Mike Montgomery, the left-hander that the Cubs acquired from Seattle this summer to fortify their bullpen, will try to get the final out and give the Cubs the World Series championship. The Indians trying to snatch it away with Michael Martinez getting his first at-bat in this game. 8-7. The Cubs lead the Indians 10th inning. Rajay Davis, who led the American League in steals, will be at first. And Rajay Davis with 3 steals in this World Series. Maybe part of the reason why Joe Maddon wanted to go to a left-hander to try to keep Davis closer at first. Mike Montgomery worked last night a scoreless inning. And in this World Series, Montgomery has worked 4 times, no decisions, ERA 2.08. In the postseason overall, Montgomery in 10 games has gone 1-1 with a 3.21 ERA. Fastball, cutter, curve, changeup. Michael Martinez trying to save the Indian season, or at least extend it. 0 for 2 in the World Series, switch hitter batting right-handed. The pitch, and a curveball strike. Not much of a lead for Rajay Davis. Davis edging off. He's the tying run at first. 2 down, 10th inning, 8-7 Cubs. The set by Montgomery. The pitch. Swung on a little dribbler toward third. Charged by Bryant. Gloves, throws to first. The Cubs have won the World Series for the first time since 1908. And a mobbing of Cubs players beyond the pitcher's mound. Michael Martinez with that slow dribbler to third. And Bryant made the play at first to end the ball game. What an incredible World Series. And in 10 innings, the Indians have fallen to the Chicago Cubs by a final score of 8-7 in arguably one of the most riveting and entertaining World Series in baseball history. 2 teams that had not had a World Series championship, the Indians in 68 years, the Cubs in 108 years, and these two clubs put on one of the all-time beauties in World Series play. The Indians would rally tonight for 3 in the 8th to tie it, but the Cubs win it with 2 in the 10th. The Indians got a run in the bottom of the 10th, and the Chicago Cubs have won the World Series, winning Game 7 and beating the Cleveland Indians in 10 innings by a final score of 8-7. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Any Jane Doe can tell you that Geico could help you save. But since money talks, we just ask the savings instead.
Greetings and sun salutations. I'm Jane's Money, and I never knew my self-worth until Jane switched her car insurance at Geico.com. Those 15 minutes built me up to real savings. Geico's been helping customers save money like me for over 75 years. So take that to the bank. And namaste.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
A can-do attitude can do a lot. And with an extra $20 in your pocket, they can do even more. Thanks to AutoZone Rewards, when you spend $20 5 times, you'll earn a $20 reward. It's the easiest way to get rewarded for tackling the jobs on your to-do list. So you can turn those brake jobs, oil jobs, and adding 500 watts of bass to your stereo system jobs into done jobs. Sign up today so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Well, we are back here at Progressive Field where the Cubs continue to celebrate as they have come back from a 3-1 deficit and win the final 3 games of this World Series and beat the Cleveland Indians tonight by a final score of 8-7 in 10 dramatic innings of baseball. And I'll tell you what, as disappointing as it obviously is for the Indians and for Indians fans, this World Series certainly lived up to its billing and will go down in history as one of the most entertaining World Series that we have ever seen. And the way the Indians kept coming from behind tonight and even came from behind again in the 10th inning and scored and had a chance, but the Cubs able to prevail and beat the Indians here in a classic Game 7 by a final score of 8-7 in 10 innings. Final numbers for the Chicago Cubs: 8 runs on 13 hits, 3 errors, and 7 left. For the Cleveland Indians, 7 runs on 11 hits, 1 error, and 7 men stranded. Aroldis Chapman is the winner. He finishes the postseason 1-win, 1-loss. Mike Montgomery got his first save. Brian Shaw took the loss, 2-1 in postseason play. 4:28 to play it, and you could have kept playing this game. Nobody probably wanted this game to end, as entertaining as it was. 38,104 saw history made here tonight in downtown Cleveland. Cubs win the World Series in Game 7, beating the Tribe 8-7 in 10 innings. We'll be back with Indians wrap-up right after this timeout. Cleveland Indians baseball has been brought to you by KeyBank, the banking home of the Cleveland Indians. By Cleveland Clinic, access to #1 care in Ohio, anytime, anywhere. By Subway, the official training restaurant of the Cleveland Indians. By the University of Akron. Visit areyououtthere.com. Also brought to you by Discount Drug Mart, the official drugstore of the Cleveland Indians. And by the Nissan team, Bedford Nissan and Mentor Nissan.
Have you heard about how much power this new player is bringing to Progressive Field?
Oh yeah, totally electric.
And check out this stat, 100% Green E certified wind energy from First Energy Solutions. Who knew a little breeze coming in from left field could make such a difference?
Well, that's more than a little breeze, my friend. That is cleaner, greener wind energy. And it's changing the game here at Progressive Field. The switch to a more sustainable ballpark is on.
Learn more at theswitchison.com.
Get a home run deal at Ganley Subaru of Bedford, proud partner of the Cleveland Indians. Lease the new 2017 Subaru Legacy 2.5i Premium for just $167 a month. $21.74 total due at inception for 36 months. 10,000 miles a year, 15 cents per mile over with no security deposit on approved credit. Only at Ganley Subaru of Bedford on the Bedford Auto Mile. Or click GoGanleySubaru.com. And remember, if anyone can, Ganley Subaru of Bedford can.
When flu season rears its aching, coughing, sneezing, feverish head, protect yourself, your loved ones, and your coworkers by getting your flu shot today at Discount Drug Mart. Flu shots at Drug Mart are easy and convenient. Walk-ins are welcome, and all pharmacists in all locations are prepared to immunize you during pharmacy hours. Most insurance is accepted with a zero copay for most Medicare, Medicaid, or Medical Mutual of Ohio patients. The flu can end with you at Discount Drug Mart.
You've waited for this for years. Don't let it slip by without being a part of it. October baseball is finally here.
2017 season tickets are on sale now. Visit Indians.com to learn more.
Donate your car or truck to Our Lady of the Wayside. For 50 years, the Wayside has helped thousands of people with developmental disabilities live a lot better, be more comfortable, productive, and active, but they need your help. You donate your vehicle, they sell it, and you get the tax write-off. Looking for a career opportunity?
The Wayside hires for attitude and trains for skills. Join their team today at 800-368-6262 or thewayside.org. I don't know about you, but that sounds like a home run to me.
To prevent trouble with critical computer systems, the Indians turn to Secure Data 365's world-class data center facilities. What does your company do to protect its IT systems when faced with power outages or network and equipment failures? Secure Data 365 operates the region's most advanced data centers, providing cloud computing, co-location, disaster recovery, and backup services. Visit SecureData365.com or call 888-912-DATA.
Tom Hamilton for the Nissan team, Bedford Nissan and Mentor Nissan. For the absolute best prices, low leases, and great customer service, visit my friends Jerry Benkar at Mentor Nissan or Matt Greenberg at Bedford Nissan today.
Today, you have more ways to access the #1 care in Ohio than ever before. Click in to Cleveland Clinic for an Express Care online visit, any hour, day or night. Walk in to our Express Care clinics or our 24/7 emergency departments, or call in today for an appointment today. Cleveland Clinic is here for you, anytime, anywhere. Find your way to the best care at clevelandclinic.org/access. Cleveland Clinic is a proud partner of the Cleveland Indians.
Financial wellness is a skill, like playing the trombone. The more you do it, the better you get. KeyBank helps you hone your financial skills, giving you a complete view of your money and life with a way to track your financial wellness. Your score lets you know where you are and where you're headed. Wellness. Look at you go, all the way to thriving. Know your financial wellness score. KeyBank. Use the red key. Member FDIC, an official banking home of the Cleveland Indians.
Now at a Subway sandwich shop, when you buy 3 foot-long subs, you get another one free. So no matter what variety of mouth-watering footlongs you get, topped with crisp veggies and your favorite toppings, you get another footlong free. Like buy a footlong carb turkey, steak and cheese, and Subway Club, get a meatball sub free. Or buy a footlong rotisserie-style chicken, BMT, and tuna sub, and get a spicy Italian sub free. The combinations are almost endless and only available from Subway. Buy 3 footlongs, get 1 footlong free. For a limited time only at participating Subway sandwich shops, free sub is of equal or lesser price, may not be combined with other offers.
Tom Hamilton here for Window Nation. Cleveland keeps winning, and so can you. Call the winning team at Window Nation and score big with 0% financing for 4 full years. Plus, receive an instant $175 off each window purchase. Over 55,000 homeowners have chosen Window Nation. It's your turn to win. 0% financing for 4 full years. Plus, $175 off each window purchase. Call my friends over at Window Nation, 866-90NATION, or visit windownation.com. The Indians Wrap-Up Show is brought to you by Subway, the official training restaurant of the Cleveland Indians. By Key Bank, the banking home of the Cleveland Indians. By the Ohio Department of Public Safety. Law enforcement is stepping up safety belt enforcement. Click it or ticket. Also brought to you by Discount Drug Mart, the official drugstore of the Cleveland Indians.
Well, hi again, everybody. Welcome to Indians Wrap-Up. History made here tonight. Disappointing for the Indians, needless to say. But the Cubs a winner in one of the classic World Series of all time, beating the Tribe 8-7 in Game 7 here in the 10th inning. The Cubs would get on the board to start the game off Corey Kluber with a leadoff homer from Dexter Fowler, and it'd be that kind of a night. The Cubs would hit 3 solo home runs off Corey Kluber and Andrew Miller. Indians would tie it in the third when Coco Crisp would hit a double, and then Carlos Santana came through. Crisp takes his lead at third, the set in the pitch. Swung on line to right, base hit! We've got a tie game! Carlos Santana with a rocket to right. Crisp will score from third, and the Indians and Cubs are tied at 1 in Game 7. Now Santana has hit 2 ropes, a line out to right, and now the RBI single to right. That's Carlos Santana's first RBI this postseason that did not come on a home run. But the Cubs all night long would answer when the Indians scored. Cubs got 2 in the 4th to make it 3-1. They added 2 more in the 5th to make it 5-1 as Corey Kluber would go 4 innings tonight and give up 4 runs. The Indians got 2 runs in a bizarre way in the 5th inning after there were 2 outs and nobody on base. Carlos Santana would walk. Jason Kipnis with a little dribbler down the third baseline. The catcher, David Ross, threw wildly to first and out of play. It went as an infield single, put runners at second and third, 1 down, and John Lester, who was brought on to relieve Kyle Hendricks, was facing Frankie Lindor.
Now the 0-1 delivery. Bounced in there, gets away from Ross. Coming down the line is Santana. Racing around third is Kipnis. He'll try and score. He slides. It is saved. 2-run score on a wild pitch. And this place is alive again. It's the Cubs 5, but now the Tribe 3.
So the Indians get 2 strange runs to make it a 5-3 ball game. But David Ross countered in the 6th with a solo homer to center, and the Cubs were back on top of the Tribe by a score of 6-3. That's the way it looked like this game might end. John Lester was that good in relief. But then in the 8th inning, with 2 outs, nobody on, Jose Ramirez got an infield single off of John Lester, and manager Joe Madden would then go to his bullpen for his closer, Aroldis Chapman. And that's when trouble began for the Cubs and their outstanding left-hander, Chapman. Brandon Guyer had a tremendous at-bat against Chapman. Now the payoff pitch. Swung on, line shot up the alley in right center. It's a gapper. This should score a run. It'll go all the way to the warning track. It'll score Ramirez from first. Guyer has an RBI double to right center. Boy, what a great swing. On a 3-2 fastball, Guyer didn't try to do too much and ripped an RBI double up the alley in right center. And the Indians now trail it 6-4. And then an even better at-bat would rock this place by Rajai Davis. Now the pitch. Swung on, line to deep left field. It is gone! You should see the celebration out of the Indians' third base dugout. Rajay Davis! A bullet! 2-run homer down the left field line, clearing the 19-foot wall. We are tied at 6. And we had a classic, 6-6 after 8. Neither team scored in the ninth, although the Cubs had the go-ahead run at third with 1 out and couldn't get it home. But then in the 10th, the Cubs got to Brian Shaw as Ben Zobrist would give the Cubs the lead with an RBI double. Miguel Montero would get an RBI single. Trevor Bauer came on with bases loaded, 1 out, and got the final 2 outs with no further damage to give the Indians a chance. Cubs led it 8-6. Bottom of the 10th inning, it was Carl Edwards getting the first 2 outs. Then Brandon Guyer drew a walk. He'd go to second on indifference, and Rajay Davis came through again. Edwards is ready. The 1-0. Swung on line drive, base hit center field. Guyer's coming around. He'll score. It's an 8-7 ball game. And Rajay Davis has 3 RBIs in his last 2 at-bats. And the Indians refuse to go home. They have never quit all season long. Would you expect anything else in Game 7? Mike Montgomery was then summoned by Joe Madden, and he got Michael Martinez on a slow chopper to third. Bryant would throw to first, and the Cubs had made history. Cubs win it for the first time since 1908. Cubs with 8 runs, 13 hits, 3 errors, 7 left. Cleveland 7 runs, 11 hits, 1 error, 7 left. Aroldis Chapman the win to go to 1-1. The save would go to Mike Montgomery. Brian Shaw took the loss. 4:28 to play it. 38,104 watched this thriller. Back with Terry Francona right after this timeout.
When flu season rears its aching, coughing, sneezing, feverish head, protect yourself, your loved ones, and your coworkers by getting your flu shot today at Discount Drug Mart. Flu shots at Drug Mart are easy and convenient. Walk-ins are welcome, and all pharmacists in all locations are prepared to immunize you during pharmacy hours. Most insurance is accepted with a 0 copay for most Medicare, Medicaid, or Medical Mutual of Ohio patients. The flu can end with you at Discount Drug Mart.
You've waited for this for years. Don't let it slip by without being a part of it. October baseball is finally here.
2017 season tickets are on sale now. Visit Indians.com to learn more.
Donate your car or truck to Our Lady of the Wayside. For 50 years, the Wayside has helped thousands of people with developmental disabilities live a lot better, be more comfortable, productive, and active, but they need your help. You donate your vehicle, they sell it, and you get the tax write-off. Looking for a career opportunity?
The Wayside hires for attitude and trains for skills. Join their team today at 800-368-6262 or thewayside.org. I don't know about you, but that sounds like a home run to me.
To prevent trouble with critical computer systems, the Indians turn to Secure Data 365's world-class data center facilities. What does your company do to protect its IT systems when faced with power outages or network and equipment failures? Secure Data 365 operates the region's most advanced data centers, providing cloud computing, co-location, disaster recovery, and backup services. Visit SecureData365.com or call 888-912-DATA.
Tom Hamilton for the Nissan team, Bedford Nissan and Mentor Nissan. For the absolute best prices, low leases, and great customer service, visit my friends Jerry Benkar at Mentor Nissan or Matt Greenberg at Bedford Nissan today. We're back on Indians Wrap-Up. The Cubs in 10 innings have won the World Series championship with an 8-7 win over the Indians. Time for Terry Francona's Thoughts, brought to you by KeyBank, helping you hone your financial skills, giving you a complete view of your money and your life with a way to track your financial wellness. KeyBank, use the red key, member FDIC, and official banking home of the Cleveland Indians. Here's Tribe Manager Terry Francona.
Want to say anything first, or?
Yeah, I probably should. Thanks. We can certainly you can certainly ask questions. I think it's appropriate to congratulate the Chicago Cubs, Joe Madden, and Theo and Jed and Mr. Ricketts and their entire organization. That was quite a series, and you knew somebody was going to go home happy. But they deserve a lot of congratulations, and also just a quick thought that, it's hard not to think of Mike Hirschbeck on a night when, you see John umpiring his last game. So that was kind of in our thoughts, too. Okay.
Take just a few questions. Jordan? Yeah.
Tito, just what can you say about, especially the late innings, just the fight that the guys showed, kind of been the signature all season for you guys?
That was an incredible game. I mean, to be a part of. And I talked before the game about being an honor to be in a game like that. But to be associated with those players in that clubhouse, it is an honor. And I just told them that, it's going to hurt. It hurts because we care. But they need to walk with their head held high, because they left nothing on the field. And that's all the things we ever asked them to do. They tried until there was nothing left.
Who else? Okay. On the aisle.
Terry, when Rajay ties it up there and you go to the bottom of the ninth with the top of the order, and thoughts going through your head that maybe the storybook ending is going to happen?
We get so caught up in the game, you don't think about what your emotions are going to be or things like that. You're trying desperately to find a way to win a game. The emotions come after, whether it's good or bad, or you don't think about storybooks and stuff like that. You're trying to figure out a way to score one more run.
Jordan?
Can you just speak to what Corey and Andrew gave you throughout the playoffs, and then what you saw from them in this game?
Yeah, I mean, what we ask our guys, for our starters to have the guts to take the ball, like Corey Kluber 3 times in a series, and the other 2 guys, and this is Trevor's 3rd time, and our relievers to be available for that much, that often, and be that effective. It's not luck. It's just it's will. And I think at times tonight they proved they're human. But without them, we don't get anywhere close to here.
One more if there's anything. Okay, last question.
Hey, Terry, what were you thinking during the rain delay, and what impact do you think it had on the way extra innings played out?
What was I thinking? Went to the bathroom. I mean, I'm not sure it was only about 10 minutes. I don't think it had much of an impact. Brian Shaw, if there's one guy that you're going to have that happen to, because he bounces back so quickly, and he was fine. That had nothing to do with it.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. Thanks for everything.
What an incredible job by Terry Francona, this coaching staff, the organization, the players. What an incredible summer of baseball, followed by certainly an October and now a November to remember for a lifetime. Unfortunately for the Indians, they came up a little bit short, but that doesn't take away from what this club accomplished without Michael Brantley, without Yan Gomes for half the year, and then, of course, down the stretch, no Carlos Carrasco, no Danny Salazar, and you really didn't have a full Trevor Bauer, and yet the Indians took it to 10 innings before they would lose Game 7 of this World Series. So this is Tom Hamilton saying, thanks so much for being a part of Indians baseball all season long. What a season, folks. Can't wait for next year. Once again, the final in Game 7 of the World Series in 10 innings. The Chicago Cubs 8 and the Cleveland Indians 7. So long, everybody.